Madam Mayor, we're now live. Thank you. Welcome to the 26th of October 2020 Central Coast Council Ordinary Meeting. Due to the rapidly evolving events in the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, it is agreed for everyone's safety to conduct tonight's ordinary meeting remotely. I remind our viewers that we are still bound by the public health order that currently restricts large gatherings in confined spaces and requirements in physical distancing. Council have a responsibility to ensure that our community, staff and councillors are all safe, and that includes creating a safe environment. Our priority is the safety of our community. It is with that in mind that we monitor the circumstances week to week and consider all factors. I now declare the meeting open. I will now hand over to the Acting CEO, Mr. Loader, to run through some specifics of tonight's meeting. Mr. Loader.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight's Ordinary Council meeting will be conducted remotely. This is in accordance with the amendment to the Local Government Act 1993, Section 747A, COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Clause 1A, Roman numeral 1, which commenced on the 25th of March 2020 and was put in place for a period of 6 months. In accordance with the amendment to the Local Government General Regulation 2005, Section 413L, COVID-19 pandemic extension of prescribed period has now been extended to 25th of March 2021. Councillors, you are still required to adhere to the relevant policies and procedures, including the Code of Meeting Practice and Code of Conduct. I note that councillors have been provided guidelines on how the ordinary meeting will be conducted tonight, but for those attending via webcast, I would like to advise the following. Councillors will be required to move or second an item by way of showing of hand, indicate they wish to speak on any item by showing of hand, and once identified, the councillor will have 3 minutes to speak when the Mayor calls on them. Ask questions by showing of hand, and if required, the relevant ELT member will become visible for the question to be asked or responded to. I note that questions are required to be put succinctly and without debate. For any other items, showing of hand is required. Remain visible during the meeting. If they are no longer visible, they will be determined to have left the room. Voting will be conducted by a show of hands and the Mayor will call off the names for and against. Councillors are asked to keep their hand visibly raised for their vote. Those councillors or staff who have pecuniary interests on items, they will be removed from the webcast during discussion and returned once completed. If there are any technical issues during the meeting, the Mayor will be advised accordingly and provide those in attendance an update. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Loader. I remind councillors and staff that this meeting is being recorded and webcast, so please be mindful of what you say. Please make sure you turn your electronic devices to silent and ensure that you are free from any interruptions, as it will make it hard to hear what is going on. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Dark and Young people, on which we meet today, and pay my respects to the elders past and present and emerging. Councillors, I have been advised by the Acting Chief Executive Officer that Councillors Gale and Marquette have formally resigned from civic office. This has been in accordance with Section 234(1)(b), the Local Government Act, by written advice to the Acting CEO. Councillors, I note that there are no other leaves of absences or apologies for tonight's meeting. Do councillors have any requests for any future meetings as a leave of absence? No. Councillors, do I have a mover and seconder for the motion, please, that we accept the apologies? Councillor Best, 2 hands, thank you. Oh, no, he's asking a question. No, can't hear you, Councillor Best. You must have put your thing in. Ah, yes.
Abracadabra.
Abracadabra. Lovely.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's that much going on at the moment. Madam Mayor, what you just read out is of seismic proportions. And does this council need to accept those resignations, or has council got an option around that position? And I think rather than just brushing it under the carpet, 2 significant contributors to the civic body of this council have resigned this evening, and I think a few more words should have been said around them. And I would like to take the opportunity to suspend standing orders and genuinely thank these two people for their contribution, if we could, Madam Mayor. I think as a mark of respect, it would be, I mean, in 25 years, I've never had this happen before. So may I indulge you?
Yeah, so the first question was...
do we? Yes.
Yeah, so my understanding is, and I was CC'd into the email that was sent by both the councillors to the acting CEO. So therefore, I believe that it has been accepted by the CEO. I'm happy for you to make comment if you wish, because you're right, it's never happened, so I'll allow you to make...
Well, look, Madam Mayor, it comes as a shock to myself. I've not received the memo that you have received, and I'm doing this on the hop. And for those that are listening, look, this unfortunately, I think, highlights the depth of much of the mental processes and the mental health of this council and those around us. This is an extraordinarily stressful period of time for councillors, and I think if anyone wants to take the cheap line of going after these councillors for resigning, I counsel them against that, because these two councillors have been champions for their community, for their local community. There are no stronger advocates in those two individuals that have resigned this evening, and I think it's incumbent upon myself to make these comments tonight and put them on the public record. I don't think anyone in a reasonable position, whether you be Labor or Liberal, would not understand the challenges that we all go through. And if I may, and I wish to be careful here, but particularly Councillor Gale, as we all know, has been through an extraordinarily challenging period in her world, and I take my hat off to her for soldiering on as she has for such a long time in extraordinarily difficult situation as a lady, and Councillor Marquette, a businessman who went through a significant personal injury issue in the very early stages of this council, resulting in multiple operations. And he continued to soldier on as a councillor and run the business and employ people on the Central Coast in doing his role as a councillor. So I think to those two, I really do genuinely thank them for their contribution. And I do understand why they may have left this evening. And I don't think it's... Look, we know where this is going, I think. We've lost $300 million. These councillors have joined with Councillor McLaughlin and myself in numerous attempts and endeavours to get better fiscal and financial disciplines within this council. And you can howl me down right now, but you only need turn on the podcast, and I have done that. And there's a collage of podcasts that I understand are doing the rounds shortly that show the response to the efforts of Councillor Gale and Councillor Marquette in bringing to this council's attention the very catastrophic problem that we currently suffer, only to be voted down, trivialised, and politically vilified, I suppose. So to them, thank you very much for your contribution for the last 3 and a bit years. I've done it for 25. It's an insane gig, but you do it because you do it for your community. And I really do hope that councillors don't go after these two individuals for stepping aside at an extraordinarily troubling time. And look, I've got to say, after 25 years, even my headspace has been challenged, and I don't admit that very often, but I have been really tested in this mess that's currently going on, and I really agonise because this whole sorry saga could so easily have been avoided had there just been some listening. That's all it needed to take, instead of the vitriol that came in courtesy of the last election. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gale and Councillor Marquette. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I do take on board Councillor Best's comments, and so if, with your indulgence, I would like to just amend our motion that is on the screen and move that Council firstly note that no apologies as sits there, add a second part that Council note the resignation of Councillor Marquette and Councillor Gale, And third part, that council formally thanks Councillor Besting. Sorry,
Hey,
Councillor
hang on.
Marquette. I know that was
Wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. Yes.
Formally thanks Councillor Marquette and Councillor Gale for their contribution during their time on our council. So I will move that way, Madam Mayor, and just add one sentence of comment, if I may.
Yes.
If I've got a seconder.
Oh, Councillor Burke.
And Madam Mayor, my comment is that, you know, of course we all disagree and sometimes we disagree passionately, but Councillor Marquette and Councillor Gale did bring a different perspective to our council, and, you know, we want to have those different perspectives involved in our public discourse. So I do want to thank them for their contribution during their time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Therefore, I will put the motion as moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Burke. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That would be unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I now move on to item 1.1, disclosure of interest. The first, are there any disclosures so far, councillors? I have got Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Smith and Councillor Best. Do I have any other hands just for noting, and then I'll get back to you, other than Best, Smith and McLaughlin? No, okay. Councillor McLaughlin, your name appears first. Councillor McLaughlin, you're not, we can't hear you. You need to unmute. There you go.
Just item 3.4 on the entrance channel there. Less than significant number.
Is your microphone down, Councillor McLaughlin? Your microphone?
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Item 3.4, the entrance channel. A less significant non-pecuniary interest on the basis. I was a former member of the Tuggerah Lakes Breakthrough Association, that was a community group that got together to see what we could do with the entrance channel, including Angus Jackson, the ocean coastal engineer, who put together the geotextile bags concept to council. So I'll declare on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 6.2, non-pecuniary less than significant. The matter makes mention of the Mayor at the time, which was myself. However, that's just a mention in the report. So I will just declare on that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Best. Oh, I'll just, yep, unmute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm quite used to my microphone being turned off over the last 3 years. Madam Mayor, 3.1 matters to be dealt with in confidential. As I'm the subject of one of those matters for bringing council into disrepute, I think I should declare up front here, Madam Mayor. I don't think I should wait until the confidential to declare. I should declare now that I am the focus of that particular report.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Best. Councillors, I note that there are no further declarations, so therefore do I have a mover of the matter? Councillor Best, do I have a seconder? Councillor McGregor, all those in favour, please raise your hand. That would be unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Sorry, moving on to item 1.2, the confirmation of the previous minutes. Now, councillors, oh, excuse me, sorry. My apologies. Councillors, I'll just note that we have meeting of October 12th, the extraordinary meetings October 19th and October 21st. That's what we are moving. Do I have a mover of those minutes, councillors? Councillor McGregor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Mertens. Councillors, I'll therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Mertens. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Best, Councillor Holstein, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Smith, Councillor Burke, Councillor McGregor. All those against? Any abstentions? Councillor Greenaway. I therefore declare the motion carried. Councillors, now moving on to item 1.3, which is the notice of intention to deal with matters in a confidential session. Councillors, I note that there are 3 items. So item 6.1, it was a deferred item, mayoral minute, staff member. Item 6.2, deferred item, Code of Conduct investigation report. Item 6.3, deferred item, Code of Conduct investigation report. Do I have a mover of the motion that is on the screen? Councillor Best. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Holstein. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Best, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Greenway, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillors, that is unanimous. Thank you, Councillor. Oh no, sorry, my apologies. It's not unanimous. With the exception of Councillor Pillen against. Councillor Pillen's against. Thank you, Councillors. Motion is carried. Councillors, I'll now move to item 1.4, which is a mayoral minute by myself. I appreciate that you possibly only received this about 4:30, 5 o'clock at the latest, I think. So therefore, I'll move as written on the screen. Councillor Best.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure you'll like to address the chamber on that mayoral minute, but I would like to flag that I have an amendment when the time is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Okay, councillors, as you see before us, I have a mayoral minute in relation to, I guess, what's taken place since the 6th of October and the situation that we have currently found ourselves in. So we need to, of course, formally table the notice dated Wednesday, the 21st of October from the Minister, issuing a notice of intention to issue a suspension order. You would have received an attachment in relation to the submission that staff and Jodie Warhope, who has been engaged to, I guess, prepare a submission in defence of this council in order to show clause to the Minister as to why she should not go through a suspension. The third part authorises the Mayor, in consultation with independent legal advisors, to finalise the draft submission to ensure everything is correct and clarity around the response, and to make sure that it'll, of course, get sent in accordance with our 7-day notice. And of course, the final number 4 is that, in fact, it does get to the Minister by close of business on the 28th, and that's when we need to submit it to the Minister. Councillors, I believe that we are elected democratically to serve our community, and yes, it has been messy, and yes, we've found ourselves in a very unique position that information's coming to hand, and it is a moving feast. Every day it changes. But I believe that as the elected body, we are the best people to actually work through the situation that we have found ourselves in. We have put into place a forensic audit that is about to take place. We have put into place a financial committee that will oversee what's happening. We have resolved a 100-day action plan, and you will have noticed that there is a report about that action plan and what the staff are doing. We have frozen staff overtime. We have frozen recruitment. We are certainly putting things into place every day to make sure that we get this council on track. Councillors, again, we were voted democratically. Putting an administrator in to this council for up to a period of 5 years is not in the best interests of our community. Councillors, I will therefore commend the motion as I have put for your consideration. Thank you. Okay, councillors. Councillor McLaughlin, you want to speak against it?
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Look, it brings me no joy to actually speak against it, and I would like to stand united with my fellow councillors. And I'm the first to admit, in fairness to everyone here in this room, none of us were given the magnitude of what the losses that we've been told has happened. But at the end of the day, we are the board, and it is on our watch. And I think as councillors, we cannot defend the indefensible, and I think we have to accept the fact that the politics that got us into this situation is not going to get us out. We have not been able to agree on many things, on very few things, and I think this is beyond the current council's capability. I agree that we are being democratically elected, but I also remind everyone that other than COVID, we would have already had elections, and half of us would not be here in this room tonight. And that, so on that basis there, we are on extra time, and I don't think we deserve it as a council. I don't think we have fulfilled our role and our duties to the full extent of questioning the finances. And yes, we've been told by the staff everything was okay. We've been told we had money in the bank, and it is a systemic problem. But once again, I don't think we can make excuses. I don't think we can roll out amalgamation excuses. There's $89 million loss this year, but they've told us only $18 million of that is the amalgamation. So we can't use amalgamation. We can't use COVID. I mean, the COVID came in late in the situation. We've lost money year on year on year. And Councillor Best has called you out, and he's brought nations up and asked for these things to be looked at, and you voted him down. You voted him down on his body hire notice of motion that called out the staff numbers, and so we cannot say that we have not brought this up. We cannot say that we have not tried to be fiscally responsible. Councillor Best put up a notice of motion to bring in audit on the performing arts thing, to get the business paper looked at properly, independently audited by PricewaterhouseCoopers. You voted that down. It's not business-like, and we lost money there. All the way through this whole term, we've not acted business-like as a council. We've not caused the massive problems that we are here, but we must take some responsibility. We are the council, we are the board, it is on our watch, and so therefore I do invite the minister to come in, seek suspension orders, put in an administrator, get to the bottom of this, and let it do it without the politics of councillors standing up and being called neoliberals or tin pot despots or wanting to create banana republics simply because we asked about costs. That's the sort of treatment we got. Councillor Best, myself and others, Marquette and Gail, and that resigned, that's the treatment we got for actually asking about costs. We got called names. Now, this is what tonight, I cannot stand with you. I actually asked the minister to come in and appoint an administrator. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Yeah, Councillor Best, all right. I've had 1 for, 1 against. I'll go for, and then I'll come to you. Councillor Sundstrom.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I support the motion, the mayoral minute as it stands. We were given a task by the Minister for Local Government to show cause why we shouldn't be suspended. And I think that this draft that you have at present, with a little massaging, not much, but just a little massaging, does that trick very neatly. I think that, well, I know that in my community, there's a lot of support for the councillors, and to lose the elected body at such an important time, not just in relation to the the matter of the finances, but with other details that are coming up in the near future, around planning and the environment and all the other policies that we are yet to finalise and ratify. This is an important time for the community to be properly represented. The community chose the makeup of this council. There are a lot of people that attend the chamber, 2 less of them at the moment, but there are a lot of people in this chamber that have never been able to accept the will of the community. And I think it would be, a tragedy if the community's council was to be cut asunder and for an administrator to be put in place. I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Best, are you speaking against it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to, in my opening comments, thank the staff for working through so many of the critical issues that the council's now found itself in. Look, quite frankly, as I see it, we have a pretty well a Cessna pilot in charge of a 747. We are now in a loss reaching the magnitude of $300 million. That kind of figure divided over our ratepayer base, I did on the back of an envelope, is pretty well having to double the general rate to yawl this out in 10 years. And you people come to the begging bowl of the minister and tell her that you can comfort her with your prowess of being able to manage the business. After nosediving this organisation into a near stall. So councillors, I suggest, as with Councillor Marquette and Councillor Gale, they have recognised the reality and they have resigned in a form of protest, in a form of saying enough is enough. When do we stem the bleeding of this council, councillors? When do we decide enough is enough for the people that trusted us at the ballot box to look after their interest? The number of times I have heard the mantra of transparency, probity and governance, the number of times this council has gone after Wyong and Gosford, and my God, on this watch, this council has lost now $300 million. This is seismic loss. This is decadal loss. This is the loss of money out of accounts that should never have been touched. This is money that we are going to struggle to put back in to develop and deliver the community assets. You know, we have councillors here blaming everybody except themselves. I take responsibility. I have raised and repeatedly raised, in fact, I got all my motions forward from the staff recently. It's in the order of 100 matters I brought to the chamber. Many of them have been around this very issue, only to be voted down, leperised, vilified and trivialised. Microphones shut down. Have you got another question on the quarterly accounts, Councillor Best? Or shut up and get in your corner, Councillor Best, because I'm sick of hearing from you. That's the tone I got from the last mayor. This is an utter disgrace, and anyone listening on it cannot possibly go anywhere else but that position. The minister must be given the opportunity to take into account this council's performance and move on and stop the bleeding of this council. I have an amendment to move, and I will move it, and I will speak to that amendment. The amendment is self-evident, as is the truth, and the truth will come out. This is an absolute debacle of national proportions, and you people have presided over it.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment, Councillor Best?
I trust so.
Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Best, speak to your amendment.
Councillors, what I've put together here with my good colleague, Councillor McLaughlin, is recognising the minister's position on this. You know, Ms Hancock is in an absolutely untenable position. This is the third largest council in New South Wales, and it is in a financial nosedive. You can make up all the scripts you like. You can tell them that you've had an epiphany, a financial, aberration, that you're now going to change your ways and get the violin out. Well, councillors, you dug the hole, we're in it, and I have no confidence, along with the rest of my community, that you can get me out of it. So why don't you just pack up your tent and move on? That's the tone I'm getting from our community. And unfortunately for myself and Councillor McLaughlin, we sit in the same tent as you do. We can't get out of it. We're stuck. We're buried in the same bowl of financial vomit that you have created for the community, as is for ourselves. And councillors, it's not like we haven't had a chance to change the future. We have desperately tried to encourage you to think differently. Art House, please get a PricewaterhouseCoopers. Rescission motion, please get a PricewaterhouseCoopers. You're up to nearly 200 million bucks. We're going to borrow 100 million and do it. What's another $1 million on a call centre, says Councillor McGregor. We've got the numbers. We'll just do it, bestie. Well, you've done it, boys and girls. You've absolutely sunk the ship. It's just stuck on the reef. It's the utter embarrassment of the national local government community, and you're presiding over it. And now you're hanging on to the sides of the ship like there's nothing going on. This thing is hemorrhaging at the moment, and you're going to suggest that you, the pretenders, can actually get this thing off the reef. You haven't got a hope in hell. You know, Madam Mayor, I know you want to hang on to your $130,000 and your Audi. I understand that. You guys gave yourselves a pay rise recently. It was a performance pay rise. Well, my goodness, what a great performance this has been. So, councillors, what I'm asking for is that we recognise this situation. And furthermore, councillors, this has been an unlawful act. We have removed monies from restricted accounts, and this must be referred to the ICAC. It is an unlawful act. It is black and white, and we've been told that either in open session or in confidential session, which of course I can't talk about confidential, but in open I can. And the reality is we know that we have breached. We have acted unlawfully as a body, as an elected body, and we must refer this to the Commission. It is $300 million we should never have touched, and we did it. But at the end of the day, it is absolutely critical. It is incumbent upon this council. If there's any legacy you can possibly leave other than the mess, you should appeal to the minister not to subvert the democratic process. This council is slated for an election in September 2021. Please, no 3 years, no 5 years of administration. Don't penalise the community for this council's incompetence. Please, Minister, give this council an election in September 2021 as scheduled and preserve our democracy. Thank you, councillors, and goodbye.
Thank you, Councillor Best. I have one against, which will be Councillor McGregor speaking against.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, if that was the case, one would question why the financial reports for 3 years were consistently voted up unanimously or passed through exception, and why none of these issues were raised previously by the former Speaker. That does tend to put some holes in their argument, but rather than spending 2 weeks cocking up mixed metaphors and silly political things, we need to deal with the facts. The facts are that there are questions over the budgets and the financial figures going back to at least 18-19. We were presented figures and financial information that showed that we were in a strong financial position when in fact we weren't. The point of order.
Sorry, I was in the chat button. Was there a point of order? Sorry, Councillor Best. Councillor Best.
Madam Mayor, this is of grave importance, and for Councillor McGregor to just be making up the history is an outrage. I have not supported the previous accounts open-handedly. I have argued and re-argued and questioned them, and he continues to do this, Madam Mayor, and he's very much part of the reason why we're in the mess we're in.
Thanks.
So the point of order is, Madam Mayor, he has impugned my reputation that I have not seen and I have not supported the accounts. These accounts for the last 3 years have lost this council $194 million, and I have not supported them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor McGregor, just be mindful of with the facts. Let's just move on.
The minutes show who's voted for what, and it's all true, and that was another irrelevant point of view. We've been misinformed. We've not been given good quality financial information. If you look at things like constantly asking for a dashboard, weekly or monthly cash flow and financial statements, we have not been receiving them. We are the ones as councillors in the ARIC committee who have been prosecuting the case for these. We've been presented with information that was inaccurate and misleading. The consolidated budgeting process is a serious issue and needs to be looked at. Looking at managing of the funds on a fund-by-fund basis is important. It's drawing into the unrestricted funds, which has led us to this, and that is not the actions of the councillors here. The councillors, all 15, as far as I'm aware, unless someone knows otherwise, have not acted corruptly. We have not engaged in any misconduct, and we have acted professionally on the information that was presented to us. The same case with the ELT, and that is something which has been consistent through this. I mean, how can people be so gobsmacked and surprised if that was not the case? It's about poor accounting practices. It's about a failure of financial controls in the operational side of the council. getting rid of the councillors as a way of scoring a political point and removing the democratically elected of the people of the Central Coast is not going to address any of these issues. It's just simple. The councillors and the ELT were blindsided. And if they weren't, well, then people have to come forward and be clear on that. We've just had multiple reports over multiple years which have either contained incorrect, misleading or misguiding information. In order to respond to this, we've raised things around the governance, we've raised things around the revenue side of things. It's been a constant thing which has been put forward. And the other key point, which I'd like to make finally, as to why we needed councillors rather than an administrator to be in charge of going through this and getting out of it, is because there are options here. It is not a simple lay down misère like some people would try to put forward, that there's only one option and that's to put everyone's rates up or to borrow extra amounts of money or anything like that. There are clear choices that can be made, and they're best made by the people who live here, who have lived here their whole life or for some time, and who were elected by the community to actually make decisions about these things. Councillors, if you vote to have an administrator come in, they're going to come at this from a different point of view. It's not going to reflect the diverse points of view that we have here, and it's going to leave every single person on the Central Coast worse off. Sacking the councillors is not going to do anything to fix this. We need to look at the financial controls of the council and have a forensic audit. And personally as well, I believe the information that was presented to us through the DMB report this afternoon needs to be made public and needs to go to the minister, because that will reveal truly what's occurred here, the scale and how it happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I'll go to Councillor McLaughlin as seconder of the motion, and you're speaking for the amendment.
Thank you. Yes, look, I do wish to support this, and I am with Councillor Best. As a councillor, I'm prepared to take responsibility for the situation that we're in. I'm not going to make up excuses. I'm not going to blame the amalgamation. I'm not going to try and say it's the fires when there was actually only one house on the Central Coast that actually got burnt down. I'm not going to say it's COVID, because that's only came later in the accounts, and we're well and truly falling off a cliff way before that. I'm not going to make up those excuses. I'm going to accept the reality of the situation, that the minister cannot just leave a council that's taken the biggest losses in local government history in where it is. I said it before and I'll say it again. The politics that have got us here is not the politics that's going to get us out. I understand what Councillor McGregor is saying, and that we will put up point of views, but let's face it, we've had two confidential briefings about a staff member that we could not get. We could not even deal with one staff member, not one. We couldn't come to an agreement over one staff member, and you've got to do a HR restructure of 2,000 people. It is not going to happen. It's the politics that have got us here. We've made this mess ourselves, and you've got to realise that, and you've got to step out of the way and let the experts come in. And that, I mean, we did not lose the $300 million as Councillor Best saying, but we did bin a $450,000 airport master plan that went straight in the bin the moment this council opened up. We did go into confidential and pour out millions of dollars to pay out an existing airport lease, which is basically over politics. I mean, we did go down to Ettalong and ground an Ettalong ferry over politics and turn the whole Ettalong Peninsula on its head. And then we moved up to Gosford, and when we racked up $171 million plan that you wouldn't even take an audit on the business plan, and you cost $10 million there. You passed up the opportunity of old Sydney town for what you could have blown in Gosford. It just goes on and on and on. Then you turn over to Winnie Bay, a fully funded footpath. We could not even build a fully funded footpath. You had to tear up $4.6 million, tell the Darkinjung where to go. Their memorandum of understanding, there wasn't very much understanding with the Darkinjung, and then it just goes on and on and on. You tear up a $4.6 million check, and then you go and put the rates up $4.4 million, and then you go and give yourselves a pay rise. You don't come back from that, people. The public do not want us here. The public are over the politics. You just have to realise that the game is up. Put a survey up. Put a survey up to the public tomorrow. Should the councillors stay, or should an administrator brought in? I would say it'll be an overwhelming response that the public want an administrator. I understand the minister's situation, and I plead on you, Mrs. Hancock, Shelley Hancock, Pull the plug on this council. Put this community out of its misery. Take the politics out of it and get on with what's got to be got on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holstein. Oh,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
so you're speaking against the amendment?
Oh, look, I'm speaking for aspects of the amendment, against some of the amendment. I'm speaking aspects of the motion, some things against the motion. Take it as it says, but I'll take my last opportunity to have a say in regard to some things that from both sides have agreed or disagreed on various issues. But I think I'm of the opinion it'll probably be the last chance I get to have a say. So I intend to say it. So I want to make the most of my 3 minutes. Look, the question all residents are asking at the moment is, how did this happen? While councillors operate and have overall governance of the council, they make decisions for the betterment of the community. They do so on the sound advice of their senior management. Failure of management to report situations and advise councillors and the Office of Local Government on the evolving financial position of council has given the minister the political opportunity to remove the elected body. I believe that a full investigation of all levels within the current position will not be given due consideration, and another administrational period will be put in place for a period of up to, if not beyond, the next planned local government election. One thing I give Councillor Best, at least if you're going to make it the last council election, not beyond that. Because my greatest concern is that the placement of an administrator will lose community connectivity and representation, totally removed. The ability for all those people, the 40 emails I get every couple of days about, can you tell me this? Can you help me with that? Asking for advice, that's gone. And don't get me wrong, this council has many excellent staff and dedicated managers, but the suspension and sacking doesn't get to the heart of the problem. Who, how, and why? The reasons why the financials in the state they are many and they're varied. And we find, as I said, a moving feast every day. Lack of procedures, lack of management practices, circumstances beyond our control, fire, flood, beach erosion, pandemic, lack of government foresight in the amalgamation process and the cost. And yes, very much yes, the councillors' behaviour and attitude within these meetings do not instil confidence in the community and must be disheartening to our staff at times. But this is a broad ranging and complex matter creating the perfect storm, which is a whole other discussion, which I'm prepared to have as soon as the minister makes the decision, which I think she will do. But we are where we are, and if anything, the resilience of our family, our businesses, and our services and government to unify on the majority of a direction in trying times, and boy, haven't we been through trying times. Thank God we live in Australia and not Europe or America. For the coast, I hold it near and dear, and I've been a community representative for nearly 30 years, through the good, the bad, and the ugly. The administration will not enable the ratepayer to communicate directly with their representatives, to ask a question, to raise concerns, to seek information, or indirectly participate in the decision-making process at local government. And that has the most impact on where we live, work, and raise our family. Whilst I agree and disagree with both points of the argument, clear here tonight, that's one of the problems, our inability to work together, our inability to have a team. Councillors, the minister will do what the minister does. And I think it's clear cut. I'll be voting for the Mayor's motion because the minister's given us the opportunity to explain. I'll be supporting that. I have very little confidence that that will be accepted, but only time will tell.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Pillen, you're speaking for the amendment and against the motion, is that right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speak.
Sorry.
Mr. McLaughlin, that's correct. Yes. Given the financial position that council is in, I cannot support trying to show due course. Cannot support to show due course to the minister, and I understand from advices it would appear that councillors are not to blame and it is highly likely to be major issues within administration. While councillors have been advised we've been misled, the inaccurate information, which is extremely disappointing, councillors cannot get in and speak with staff. An administrator could do this. Councillor Gale, Marquette and myself feel passionately about this and wrote to the minister last week to respectfully ask an administrator to step in on behalf of our ratepayers. The Central Coast region deserves much better than this. Serious intervention is required, and the best way forward for our community is to appoint an administrator with a strong background in finance, governance and personnel management. There are many factors contributing to this crisis, contrary to the message portrayed in certain press releases in the last week. Transparency and accountability is paramount for our ratepayers. I welcome the internal audit to investigate problem areas, potentially including seismic within our financial and governance departments, which may have contributed to restricted funds illegally being used by staff as general expenditure, including to pay wages. In 3 years, we've had multiple CEOs and CFOs within these two critical roles. This does not happen when an organisation is functioning well. During potentially the largest financial crisis seen in local government, our CEO, Mr. Gary Murphy, and acting CFO are currently both on sick leave, unavailable to answer questions of any councillors or staff. Liberal councillors have fought repeatedly as a minority to be a voice for fiscal responsibility alongside independents, Councillor Best and McLaughlin, and at times against a block of 8, including Labor Green aligned independent councillors and mayors at times. These councillors have also voted to give themselves a pay rise during COVID restrictions, paid out a contract which would have provided employment at the Warrnambool Airport, and voted to return $4.6 million grant to the state government instead of progressing with a major tourism project at Winnie Bay. We did not support the operational plan for 2021 in fear of the deficit position increasing for the region. We stressed at the time that the budget was not being reduced far enough. We were often ridiculed and criticised in the chamber by Labor councillors for being conservatives and neoliberal, claiming that the council should be spending even more. Actions taken over the past 3 weeks by councillors and staff have not provided the level of confidence required to manage the proposed 100-day financial recovery plan. It is critical that tough decisions are now made and sufficiently to reposition the council where it can actually provide for its staff and our community. We've made multiple points of contact to higher authorities, expressing concerns to the Office of Local Government, the Minister, Parliamentary Secretary Adam Crouch, Taylor Martin, and also I wrote to this acting CEO questioning the usage and application of large loans together with a request for legal advice to be provided to councillors, clarifying how do we continue to operate other than to be placed into administration after the state government said they would not be providing funding or legislative exemptions. Most concerning of all is the lack of transparency to the community of information provided to councillors with enclosed briefings that we're under and under the banner of confidential meetings. We've literally been provided with information gagged and asked to knowingly act illegally. At no point should any elected officials ever be placed in this position from staff, and such
Councillor
matters along
Pillen,
with potential negative.
yeah, your time, yeah, are you almost up?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Matters of such potential negligence need to be investigated and those found responsible of any wrongdoing held accountable. Having come onto this council to make a positive difference for our community, I am completely disheartened and disillusioned by the current circumstances and agree with my colleagues that have felt the need to resign tonight, and to be honest, I feel in the same position. And so I strongly support Councillor Best and McLaughlin, who have tried their guts out for the last 3 years to call on fiscal management, and it is so disappointing. I would now urgently call that an administrator step in. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. I've got Councillor Smith speaking against the amendment. Am I correct?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Madam Mayor, I don't have a scripted talk as some of the other councillors do, but I will just reflect on the commentary so far has been very much about the politics. And look, I mean, the comments are not new. They've been going around. There's been a lot of theatre and a lot of noise over a long time, and that is part of politics, and I think we all accept that. But I think the focus for our council, and I hope the focus for the Minister in considering this matter, is about the financial situation of our council and the financial issues that are before our council and before our community. Madam Mayor, I don't support the motion put up by Councillor Best and Councillor McLaughlin. You know, again, we have a lot of commentary about what you have done, whereas these councillors are a part of the 15 councillors here present as part of this council over the last couple of years. And I know they claim that they have sounded alarm bells, but I would say that at no point during my 2 times as mayor did any of those councillors contact me and say, could we have a meeting? Could we sit down and discuss some of our concerns? And Madam Mayor, I suspect the same is for you as well, that at no time have any of those councillors approached us, said, Can we sit down? We're concerned about this. We want to talk about it. We want to find a way forward. Instead, what we've seen is the theatre and the noise. And look, I welcome Councillor Best and Councillor McLaughlin in particular. They both have some relevant experience and skills that could be put to good use in this matter. And I hope that we will have the opportunity to do that. Madam Mayor, I do note that...
Sorry, Councillor Smith, it looks like Councillor Best has a point of order. What's your point of order, Councillor Best?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is important that we correct the public record where people make things up. As Councillor Holstein will recall, twice in the first month of this council, I went to the Mayor's office, then Councillor Smith, and walked through a range of issues, including our meetings running till midnight, to offer advice from my 25 years, and I was dismissed and basically ignored. So, Madam Mayor, I went to the Mayor's office.
So
this
you're just,
Mayor,
this is not a point of order, Councillor.
No, it is because the Speaker is saying that we never offered any suggestion. I went into the office twice to offer some suggestions about going forward at the early days of this council and was utterly and totally ignored by Councillor Smith. That is the fact, that is the truth, and Councillor Holstein was there.
Okay,
thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I absolutely acknowledge that Councillor Best did come to my office in the early days to tell me, you know, give me his guidance and his wisdom from his experience. But my point was that in the seriousness of this financial matter, at no point has Councillor Best sat down with either yourself as Mayor or myself as Mayor to discuss those matters. But Madam Mayor, my main point is that what is before us is the financial situation, and that is what we should be focused on. Your submission, or the submission that we have prepared, is clearly outlines the significant steps that council has taken and our staff have taken in the last 2 weeks as we became aware of this issue. We have engaged appropriate consultants. We have worked with AREC. We have a forensic audit about to be undertaken. We have put measures in place. Sorry,
Councillor Smith, I have a second point of order. Councillor McLaughlin, what's your point of order? If it's just a clarification, that's not a point of order.
No, I feel I've been impugned by the comments made by the Deputy Mayor that we have not offered our suggestions. I don't know how many times I've sat in a briefing and tried to...
No, so that you're seeking you're giving clarification, that's not a point of order.
I have offered suggestions. I may not made a formal meeting in there, but I've been shouted down or voted down in briefings or ignored in briefings.
Okay, thank you. I think you're trying to make a clarification. Thank you, not a point of order. But anyway, I've heard you. Thank you. So, Councillor Smith.
Yes, Madam Mayor. So just again, returning to the submission, it does highlight the significant steps both our staff and our council are taking. I hope the Minister will consider the submission and the merits of going forward in this way. And I note that the submission also seeks to work with the Minister in terms of addressing this matter and going forward. So providing some options. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillors, I'm going to put the amendment. Councillor Best, really, do you want a question? I'm about to put the amendment. I've had 2 for. I've been very lenient. I've had many for, many against. I'll give you one question, Councillor Best.
Well, that's what happened with the Q reports when I was asking about the finances. That's exactly what happened to me. I have asked 3 speakers ago to ask a question, Madam Mayor. I've been patient. Now, my question goes to legal counsel. Do we have legal counsel here, Mr. Loader?
Miss Roberts is here.
Ms. Roberts. I can't see Ms. Roberts on my screen.
We can't see her, but she's there. So she will come onto screen.
I'm from council, trust me. All right. Okay. So Ms. Roberts, we've talked about the illegal access into restricted funds of some $300 million. I'm sorry I can't see you. I do apologise. I can't speak to someone I can't see. And that's been corroborated by experts and also our staff now. There's no ambiguity that we haven't accessed those funds. That is illegal and that is unlawful. So, Ms. Roberts, the Board of Council has acted and been caused to act illegally. Would that not constitute, under due diligence and good governance, a referral to the Commission, the ICAC?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, the matter is still being investigated.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yep, sorry. I think she's.
Could you say that again? Yes,
Yeah, we can
please
hear
say
you
that
now.
again.
Yeah.
Through you,
Please.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, to your question, the matter is still being investigated.
No, I fully appreciate the matters being fully investigated, but it's been made abundantly clear to we councillors the position. So could we please now be transparent to our community, Ms. Roberts, and indicate the question that I've asked is that well, for one moment, you assume that we have been, if hypothetically, had we been illegally accessing funds from the fund of $300 million, a restricted fund, had we hypothetically done that, would that then be good governance and due diligence of this council to report it to the Commission if there were an illegal act of this council and unlawfully accessing those funds? Would that not be maladministration or worse? Hypothetically.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, hypothetically, yes, it would warrant
A report to the Commission. Well, that's what my amendment suggests. But thank you, Ms. Roberts, and I appreciate your response. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillors, I'll therefore put the amendment as moved by Councillor Best, second by Councillor McLaughlin. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Pillen and Councillor Holstein. All those against? Councillor Matthews, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor. All those abstentions? Abstention? Councillor Burke, I haven't recorded your vote. I can't hear you. Sorry, Councillor Burke. Sorry, Councillor Burke, I didn't record your vote.
Yeah, all right.
Did you vote for the amendment or against?
I voted for the amendment.
For. Okay, thank you, Councillor Burke. Okay, councillors. So it's lost. So we'll go back to the mayoral minute. Councillors. Okay, I believe Councillor Greenway had an amendment to the mayoral minute. Am I right?
Yes. Sorry, yes, you are, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
I just, we all probably received the submission around the same time, and I just felt it, by giving you the authority to finalise, just to ensure correctness and clarity, deprives us of an opportunity to just add a little bit more that we may have, because we weren't sure what was going to be in the submission, so we didn't know what was to be left out. So I personally have a few things I'd like to add. They're not overly significant in volume, but I think they're important, and I would like to have the opportunity to put them in. So in point 3, I would like to change that to well, hang on, maybe it's point 2, the council subject and if found editorial amendments to ensure. So maybe, yeah, we'll delete 3 if you would, because we won't.
Well, we actually will still need to do that, because at the end of the day, I mean, if it makes it any easier, Councillor Greenaway, I'm more than happy to accept any submissions to me, which I can then work in consultation with the independent legal advice to make sure that we get that done. Because again, we need to have it correct.
That's true.
So I'm happy to take on board any submissions, but again, it needs to be in consultation with the independent legal advisors.
Okay, so rather than saying we authorise you to finalise, I just think that we should say that we as councillors have the opportunity to add further information rather than just, because it just says finalise to ensure correctness and clarity, whereas I actually want to add some information.
Okay. Again, I understand that. I've just given you my commitment. I still have to be authorised to do the final response to clarify, and so I need to do that. However, I'm happy for you to add that the mayor accepts or receives submissions from councillors or additions from councillors up till close of business tomorrow, which is Tuesday, because it will need to go Wednesday. And I need time to work with our in consultation with the Independent Legal Advice and Local Government New South Wales. So I'm going to need some time to get that all together as well.
Okay, as I say, it's not significant in terms of volume, but I think it's significant in terms of content. I was wondering also, just because I do want to express my gratitude to you for getting the legal advice today and another workshop organised. It's been very helpful. But given, you know, you are doing a lot, would you be amenable to having that say that council authorises the mayor and deputy mayor just to forward the things through to our legal advisor? I mean, obviously you set the content, but just if I send it through to you or the deputy mayor, that was the arrangement initially. You said,
yeah. Look, what the process that's taken. So there also does need to be a change on point 4. So the process that we've had to date is that yes, it did go through Miss Roberts, but now that Miss Warhope has completed her submission and has been checked by Local Government New South Wales, the Office of the Mayor is making any changes, and then we're flicking it or giving it to the independents to check. So the changes will be done through the Mayor's office, the staff there, and then it'll go back to the respective two to make sure that we've that it's correct.
so does that mean you'll forward on what I want, or you could determine that what I write isn't?
Well, I will add it, but again, at the end of the day, it's going to be checked by 2 legal people. If it's unlawful, then it can't go in. If it's something that can't go in, then I'm not going to be determining that. I will add your additions in
I just
good
thought it
faith.
might pressure off if I could send it via the deputy mayor, just to send it. All it is because I can't email directly. If you're I email it to you, you don't see it, at least it still goes. That was all. I just meant for a conduit. I didn't mean for her to have any role other than that. But anyway, if we can say that, authorise and start with the councillors.
As long as it goes, comes into the mayor's.
Clarify that point 4 is correct. I thought it said.
No, point 4 needs to be changed to the 28th of October because that's the close of business.
Okay, so that.
Yep,
so
that's it. Yep.
To the number in as well, so 3 and 4 and 5. And then I know we just voted against it as part of a previous amendment, but I would like to include Councillor Best paragraph 5.
Sorry, Ms. Sullivan, can we accept part of the amendment that went down? Ms. Sullivan?
Apologies, Madam Mayor, I'm just reading what it says. So technically, through you, Madam Mayor, technically point 5 has been put to council as a motion and lost, which would require a rescission motion for the same motion to be put again. And you'd have to give due notice of that and the signature of 3 councillors.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'll have to leave it at that then, I think.
Okay.
Could I speak to it briefly?
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I've got Councillor Holstein with a point of order.
Procedurally, Madam Mayor, I don't believe that you would require a rescission unless it was the full motion. To take a component of a motion that has not been agreed to, that shouldn't be an issue, even if the councillor sought to just change 3 or 4 words, but to have the same intent. She could then add that to the motion. I think the need for a rescission would only be if it was moved and there was nothing resolved, so there's nothing to rescind. That motion was defeated. We're only not taking the full motion that Councillor Best, she was only asking for part of it. So procedurally, I don't think that ruling's correct, and I thought a part of it could be taken over into the motion should you wish. Can we just clarify that, please?
Ms. Sullivan, I thought she was quite clear. Ms. Sullivan?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So rescission isn't just simply for where a motion has been carried. It can also be where a motion has been put and lost, making it not possible to bring the similar motion again without the necessary mechanics.
This is the wording, Mrs. Sullivan. I'm sorry, but it's only if Councillor Greenaway was to change the...
I'll withdraw it so we don't have to even debate it. How's that?
Thanks, Councillor.
I object. I don't think that is correct. you could change that component of the motion and move it forward.
Okay.
Councillor Holstein, I believe Ms Sullivan's ruled on that.
To have that not included, so that's
All right.
fine.
Do you want to continue you were speaking for it now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Clearly, yes, we definitely have an issue. No one can dispute that. But I do agree with something Councillor McLaughlin says, and that is that I don't particularly want to blame anyone. And that is because and I'm assuming nearly everyone, doesn't know exactly what happened. So I think it is premature to take it out on the elected body when what's actually happened hasn't been determined, and it may not be determined for a few more weeks. By then it will be too late. Oh, so sorry. So I just think that it's a premature act when we haven't established exactly what happened, let alone who was responsible for it and in what capacity and to what extent. I don't agree with the comment that he said about we need to step aside. We don't need to step aside to let the experts in. I absolutely and completely welcome some involvement from experts because we've had our accounts audited, we've had them looked at by so many different people, we've had our budgets out on public exhibition, we've done everything we can to try to make sure everyone's aware of what we're doing and having people look at it to see if they can pick up any mistakes. And if something has happened that no one seemed to notice, even with all that expertise, then the fact that it's been noticed now, I think is in some ways a good thing because at least it's stopped. I mean, we've stopped it now and it's better than it waiting another 6 months or something before someone discovers it. So I welcome whoever has been responsible for bringing these issues to our attention. And I also would like to say that I absolutely support any idea of, like we've already got, to get someone to come in and give us further assistance. So our 100-day plan, things like that will help us, and we're taking that on board ourselves and being responsible for the next step. So the other thing is I just want to say when, people are in the chamber and they bring up things that are very, as I've said, they're hyperbole. I heard an expression the other day that people are apocalyptic. They're always talking about apocalypses. I just know we've had motions in the chamber about we're going to start emptying the bins fortnightly, trying to create a bit of hysteria when that was never even moved by anybody. We've also had motions or comment around we're going to plant trees at the end of the runway, and you think, oh, goodness me. So, sometimes if people want credibility, perhaps they need to behave in a credible way. And that's the issue that I have with some of the comments made tonight. I do agree with Councillor Holstein. We do have a role, certainly with the budget, but we don't want to deprive our residents of their local community voice. And I think an administrator who's appointed by the state government does not have those contacts with the community and able to go out and speak to them all and hear their views and be really, really aware at a very intimate level as to what's going on in different communities and what the issues have been for a long time. So I do hope everyone will support Mayor Matthews' motion with the amendments made to it so that we can go forward optimistically. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. I have Councillor Best.
Yes, Madam Mayor. This has been changed and I have every right to make comment to it, but I do hear Councillor Greenaway's want to accept 5 into your motion about democratic process, and that's critical. It's a shame this council decided didn't think and just voted it down again, dismissed it and trivialised it out of hand yet again. So could we not recommit the amendment? I wish to speak to what's currently on the books, but my question is through you. Could we not consider recommitting? Because I don't think there's any opposition to us wanting to give the community a democratic voice.
Sorry, Councillor Greenaway, what's your point of order?
I did actually say I wasn't proposing to include that one any further. I didn't think we needed to keep rehashing that.
Yep.
We've got the advice from Ms Sullivan in the chat box. I'm prepared to accept that and move on.
All right, well, I'll speak
Thank
to
you.
it then. Okay, we won't recommit. We won't endeavour to give the community a voice after this council's sacked or stood down or whatever the minister's going to
Point
do.
of order, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Greenaway.
That is not what I said. I just said that we have the advice in the chat box from governance saying that we can't recommit. So I don't want to listen to.
Thank you,
more of
Councillor
the
Best.
same.
Yes, Councillor Greenaway, correct. Councillor Best, please speak to the amendment.
Well, I will, but sometimes you need to test the staff in questioning, as I do regularly, but I get howled down. I mean, you could test the staff as to why they gave us a motion at the last meeting to unlawfully access funds. I mean, why would they do that? Why would we not question that? It's called questioning, and you're meant to do it. That's your role, and you're elected to do it. And I make no apology for raising the questions I have. But I do hold an extraordinarily damaged view on the fact that I have repeatedly raised in the Q reports issues around the debt, the 94 contributions, wages, and each time my microphone's been switched off and I've been shut down. And of course, now we're going to howl that Councillor Best hasn't come cap in hand to anyone to ask. I've tried to do it in the chamber here, in the community's, chamber, where you do raise things on behalf of them. But every time, as Councillor McLaughlin says, they've been voted down. And in fact, Councillor McLaughlin raised about 2 years ago, councillors, that we should get quarterly reports on the amalgamation, which is our financial elephant in the room. I don't think anyone denies that. I certainly recognise it's a monster and it needed to be managed. What did this council do? It said to Councillor McLaughlin, we don't need to have quarterly reports for the amalgamation. And in fact, we regularly get councillors in this chamber going, oh, well, what does the amalgamation cost? How much does the amalgamation cost, Mr. General Manager? Well, what's it cost us? Why on God's earth would a member of the board be asking what the amalgamation cost? You're meant to know that. You're meant to understand what your elephant in the room costs you. And you're asking here at the 11th and 3/4 hour, what does the amalgamation cost this council? 1,000 days later, you're finally asking the question. And it is going to cost, and it will cost, but it should have been managed, along with all the other things that you're trying to blame, including throwing the staff under the bus, as we've just seen. So, councillors, the reality is that this is on our watch. We're all responsible. We should step out of the way, let the minister step in and stop the bleeding for our ratepayers. It is just fundamentally obvious what you need to do. Step aside.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor McGregor, you have a question?
Questions to you, Madam Mayor, as the mover of the mayoral minute. The briefing that we received this afternoon from DMB, any investigations or report or anything like that they've done in the briefing, if possible, or notes from the briefing, would you be prepared to accept that as part of the submission to the Minister and OLG? Do you need that in writing on the screen, or would you prefer to approach that another way?
I asked this afternoon, could we do that? And I received advice from the staff that we couldn't, but I'm here to listen if the staff can clarify why, in fact, we can't include that as part of the submission. I've got no staff.
Sorry,
Want
Madam
to
Mayor.
answer that question?
Madam Mayor, could you just repeat that question?
So this afternoon, we received a briefing from Dennis from DMB, and the councillors would like to know if it was recorded, if that briefing could be an attachment, and some of the inclusions or to be included in the submission. I asked the question and was told that I couldn't attach it because it was a briefing, and it was for the intention of recording for the purposes of giving it to other councillors. That was the intent. Is that correct? That is the only intent of that briefing?
I'll refer that question to Ms. Sullivan, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the advice was that with audio recordings, they can only be used for the purpose for which they were obtained. If you wish to use it for a different purpose, you would need to get the agreement of all parties.
Okay, so that's one aspect. That's the audio recording of this afternoon's briefing. When it comes to reports that were compiled by that firm or individual, when it comes to the presentations which have been provided to us from that firm or individual, and when it comes to the presentations, so all those three other aspects, what is the status of them? I understand the audio recording, that's fair enough.
Ms Sullivan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that would be a matter for council.
Given that that's the answer, Madam Mayor, can we tack that into the to the resolution? So that's reports, presentations, or any relevant materials from the investigation from DMB or other, have DMB or other external parties be forwarded to the Minister and Office of Local Government as part of the submission.
Is somebody adding, have you got words around that?
Do you want me to say that again for point 6?
Yeah, it's, you want to add as point 6, yeah?
Yep. That the reports, that council, the reports, presentations or investigations, investigations or other relevant materials from DMB Consulting, is that the name of the firm, or DMB?
DMB,
Yep.
I think.
Or any other external experts, external and internal, really. I mean, we want to make sure that the Minister has all the information to act on.
Yeah.
Be presented or be forwarded to
So
the Minister for Local Government. And
just to give you some clarity, all that information has been sent on, apart from what happened in today's briefing.
okay, so look, I thank you to your commitment to forwarding the correct information to the Minister, and I think that's an important aspect as well. I just wanted to get that on the board because obviously the recording of the briefing can't go, but the information that has been part of that, I think, would be integral to anyone understanding the situation here.
Great, thank you.
Now, the second question to you as well was, I understand the advice from the Acting Director of Governance regarding the point 5 in the amendment which was lost. However, what I would seek clarification around would be whether adding a further addendum of point 7 saying to have democratic elections as soon as possible would be contrary to the code of meeting practice, or whether that would be a possible amendment.
Sullivan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just need to see if the meeting support staff could bring up the wording of the other item. And I'm just checking the code of meeting practice because there is wording that says that it is not possible to bring a motion that is substantially similar. I'm probably butchering the wording there, but that's the intent of that additional provision. Through you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate the intent of Councillor McGregor, but the substance of that point is that Council seek to preserve the elections in 2021, notwithstanding other wording that may be included. So I think it would be arguable that that is substantially, the proposal you've put, Councillor McGregor, is substantially similar to the motion that was lost.
So is that the earliest possible time for a council to be reappointed, September 2021?
Yeah, for the Central Coast Council as it currently stands, correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vincent. Councillor, I just want to remind you that we've been on this now for 1 hour. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think here, if we follow the rules for a debate 2 for 2 against, but if we allow for questions and if we try and get this motion as best we can, if this is one of the last meetings we have, then I think it's time well spent. But apart from that, if we can follow some of the rules of the debate, I'm wondering if you can take a 0.6 in there, Madam Mayor.
There already is a 0.6.
A 0.7. I'll read it quickly to you, and then if that's okay, we'll get the staff to type it in. But what I would be proposing is that the acting CEO provide DMB Proprietary Limited with authorisation to A, further investigate the financial controls and reporting within Central Coast Council. B, to have access to all Central Coast financial staff within the Central Coast Council to ask further questions. C, provide urgent local government specific training in the areas of finance and accounting to directors and financial staff.
You probably need to reread that slowly. So
I can reread it. I was just running it past to see whether the mover and the seconder or whether
it's moved by me. I'm happy to have it included, providing it's something that we can do, but you just need to get the words up, I guess, and then I'll go over to the acting CEO.
Okay, here we go. Here we got the acting CEO provide DMB proprietary with authorisation to A, further investigate the financial controls and reporting within the Central Coast Council. B, to have access to all Central Coast financial staff, Central Coast Council financial staff. Sorry, I'm not reading my words properly here. Just to have access to all financial staff, delete Central Coast, within Central Coast Council to ask questions relating to the current financial situation or difficulties, whatever situation, that'll do. C, provide urgent local government specific finance and accounting training to directors. I don't know whether I should say Central Coast Council directors, but that's what I mean. And financial staff, or maybe directors and financial staff within Central Coast Council. I'm in your hands, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Loader, are there any lawful issues, that reason why we can't include that in the mayoral minute?
Madam Mayor, no lawful issues. However, I guess there's some caution around this in relation to the fact that we've engaged another firm to undertake a forensic audit, and that largely would appear, with the exception of the training component, to overlap with certainly with points A and B of 7.
With due respect, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Acting CEO Jamie. I understand you've coming up to speed very quickly with the situation. The reality is that we've had organisation after organisation come in and audit and look and pass comment on the organisation and the accounts and the finance, what we've found is that DMB, which specialise in local government area, which specialise in training, which has tracked these situations, not of this magnitude, for the last 30, 40 years, has, in my view, and I hope other councillors' views, very quickly targeted and been able to point out where there's some issues in the back finance accounting office or with the expenditure of restricted and unrestricted funds. This person has shown the ability to be able to, and the company, the ability to be able to very quickly drill down and find some of the root causes on why we find ourselves here at the moment. So with due respect, we have had staff engage large consulting firms that I expect a lot of money in the past, which really hasn't had any benefit at all. But in the short amount of time that I've seen D&B assess, drill down with whatever information they've been able to be provided with, and I don't think they've been given all the information that they've asked for, they've required, they've had the ability to come up with recommendations, find root causes or get very close to root causes in a very short amount of time. So as a councillor and of a member of this board who are looking for answers to this situation, I'm asking for this to be engaged, and I hope I have the support of the councillors in the Mayor's minute here, so that we as the board can get to the bottom of this sooner than later.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Sundstrom, you had something to add?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. And just going backwards slightly to the question around the possibility of ICAC involvement. Through you, if I can ask a question to Ms. Roberts. In the normal course of investigations that are underway at present, if those investigations uncover illegal activity and there's a person that those illegal activities are attributed to, would that not necessarily trigger a referral to the ICAC in any case, negating the need for reference to ICAC in any motion that we might be passing tonight?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Sundstrom, it would require a referral to ICAC.
Thank you. So the referral doesn't, or the question doesn't need to be raised in a motion. That would be a normal course of action for those investigations to make that referral. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Best, you have spoken, so no, can't hear you. You need to turn yourself on.
As I have lots of protections in case I say something, so I switch everything off.
Okay.
The motion's been substantially altered, and I believe I should have the opportunity to comment, particularly on 7A, B, and C, and I'd like to do so. I find it fascinating that this kind of addition would come to a motion that is attempting to defend the indefensible of $300 million of public money being lost. And that comment a moment ago, that terrible effort to suggest that this council doesn't have any responsibility to refer this matter to the ICAC, when you just heard from legal counsel on the hypothetical I gave, that if we were of the knowledge that illegal activities were to have occurred in accessing these funds, that it would be ICACable. Well, why would the board not, under its governance and its due diligence, refer that to the Commission? Why would we not do it? Not that, oh, if it's found out by somebody else, they'll do it. I mean, this is why you're where you're at, and you have this rubbish of probity, governance and transparency. What are you people on? This is staggering stuff in 7. I mean, that further we investigate the financial controls and reporting within the Central Coast. Guys, you're 1,000 days into it and $300 million in the red, and you're going to investigate. I mean, and then we've got to access all financial staff within the council to ask questions. I suggest people should be put on oath and asked questions, not some kind of little fluffy council discussion. This is deadly serious stuff. You have the hide to grill Wyong and Gosford councils in the lead into this council, and you have lost a seismic amount of money. And it's not just the money you've lost. You are going to put this place back 10 years because they've got no money to deal with all the funds you've emptied out illegally, I suggest. Well, not I suggest, we've been told it's illegal, right? And now we've got C, provide an urgent local government specific finance and accounting training. We're going to train people. We're paying people $300,000, a general manager $500,000. He's on $9,600 a week, boys and girls. And you people are going to suggest out of the kindness of your heart that we're going to create training packages. Do you understand the boiling point of our community watching this now? Have you any semblance of what you have done? Have you any understanding of the magnitude of the hole you have dug? And you're going to create and cobble together at this 11th hour a training package. It's like a training package for a nuclear bomb when you're down to almost zero on the gauge. Look, guys, this is just hopeless. Don't you see the hole you're already digging for yourselves? The best thing you can possibly do is to say to Miss Hancock, this is beyond our capacity. And hey, look, in my world, there are a lot of things I can't do. And I go, this is not me. It's not my world. I need people to come in and help me. You've got to put your hands up, councillors. If you're in the flags at the beach and you're drowning, unless you put your hand up, the ending is not going to be good. We are drowning here. You have to put your hand up and accept the support you should get. And it shouldn't be, I repeat, even though you voted it down, it shouldn't be at the expense of our democratic process. We should allow these people, our community, to have an election in September 2021. And it shouldn't be a penalty of this council's ineptitude. I mean, $300 million. How many times have I got to say it? I mean, fall on your swords, crawl under a rock, and putrefy from shame.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent, you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm just speaking for your amendment, Madam Mayor. Councillor Best's comments are not lost on me. And Councillor Best's attempt to create hysteria here and try and paint the elected body as the reason for this accounting situation that we've got isn't lost on me either. But for the life of me, I don't understand why Councillor Best doesn't support trying to get to the bottom of it. Does he not want the truth? Does he not want to find out where these accounting errors occurred? Or is he just looking for the headline? And is he just trying to mount two white horses at once to ride in and supposedly save the day? We see him on one white horse plenty of times. We see him trying to create issues plenty of times. But at the moment, yes, Councillor Best, I'd be quite happy for this to go to ICAC. You're holding that up at the moment. I think that would be appropriate to find out where some councillors may have got information and had information which other councillors didn't have. But where was their obligation to report, Councillor Best, when if they had information that other councillors did not have, why didn't other councillors raise this earlier? That would be a great thing for ICAC to look at, Councillor Best, and I would welcome that, and I would welcome any inquiry and any delve into the council back office finances. So this is what your motion is looking at here. Your motion, Madam Mayor, in part 7, A, B and C. And this is not dreaming up a training package at the 11th hour. This is saying we have had issues in the back office. We have had issues with people in the organisation following local government accounting. And as a board, we should be directing now that there's urgent training to make sure that that is identified and corrected. And that's what we're trying to do here. But Councillor Best wouldn't want that. He just wants to leave the hysteria flapping around and keep it going. As with the cost of the amalgamation, we all know that Councillor Best voted for the amalgamation, yet he wouldn't be concerned about trying to find out how much the amalgamation has cost or what benefit that has been. We all know that Councillor Best has voted for rate rises in the past, 6.9% compound, which Wyong Shire was paying. And when budgets came through, the bulk of that went down to pay for things at Gosford. We've seen that happen. So while Councillor Best wants to try and shackle this and stop us from putting a case to the local government minister, in saying what facts we have at the moment, in showing how quickly we've reacted to this situation.
Sorry, Councillor Vincent, I'm just going to call it a point of order on Councillor Best. You can't hold up signs, Councillor Best. That's considered a prop. It's not. warranted and not required. Please, that is a prop, and props aren't required and aren't allowed. Thank you, Councillor Best. Do not hold up your signs. Oh, thank you. Councillor Vincent, continue.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. That's a good approach for Councillor Best to try and get someone to lose their line of thought or concentration. But I'll just finish up. I don't understand why Councillor Best isn't supportive to try and get to the problem here, to the root cause. I don't understand why, if councillors understood or had some information that other councillors didn't have earlier, why they didn't take that as soon as possible, as soon as they knew, as soon as practicable, to either the CEO, the internal ombudsman, or ICAC straight away. And I think we're hearing here that some councillors may have had information up to 12 or 18 months prior to this. Yet most of this has hit the councillors here cold. We've asked the General Manager and the CFO in the chamber if some of the things that Councillor Best have said in the past are true or accurate, and they've advised us no, on the record in the chamber. So if there was information that was known by some councillors out there, why wasn't that brought forward so that this could have been looked at a lot earlier? Or was it just opportunism doing it at this 11th hour? Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Vincent. Councillor McGregor, I'll give you your final question. Councillors, I have been very lenient with the 3 minutes. This is important, and I have obviously do not want to gag debate. However, we need to move this on. So, Councillor McGregor, you have a question, final question, and then I will be moving it.
Yes, Madam Mayor, look, my question is to yourself as the mover of the resolution. Would you consider an additional addendum around the proactive release of the information to the general public once it's appropriate?
Of the report?
I.e. that once the minister's received it and it's finalised, we can put it out in the public domain. I would like to think that people would have a chance to have that. So, well, if that's the process, if you could make that clear, otherwise happy for it to be an addendum.
Yep. Well, number 8, I guess that council put it, I guess I need some words, Ms. Sullivan. I guess it would be on the website. Is that how we would make it available to the public, our submission?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the submission itself is already, the draft submission is certainly already public.
Right.
The final submission could be released onto the website if that was the wish of council. I would just need to state that with regards to some of the other materials identified in item 6, I think it is, which talks about reports, presentations or investigations. I would recommend that council perhaps consider some wording along the lines of that council request that the Chief Executive Officer give consideration to the potential proactive release of the reports, presentations, investigations, or other relevant materials.
Yeah, Ms. Sullivan, yeah, I have no problem with that. I would expect that some of that material would be considered as attachments or appendix. So perhaps we could say that the submission will be released, but the appendix and the attachments that are referred to will be subject to.
Yep. So if the council, so just for the meeting support staff, perhaps then it would be that council request that the final submission be placed on council's website with the Chief Executive Officer to give consideration to the proactive release of the attachments. And then that would be done in accordance with the Government Information Public Access Act provisions. So it would be that council, apologies.
Sorry, I was just going to say, so does that mean if the information is not confidential, commercial in confidence or under law required not to be up there, as long as it's legal, the public will have access to those aspects of the submission? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's the intent of proactive release under the GIPA Act, yes. So the wording would be that council requests the final submission be placed on council's website and the CEO give consideration to the proactive release of the attachments to the submission in accordance with the GIPA Act.
Okay, I think that covers it, Councillor McGregor.
Yep. Sounds
Great.
good
Okay.
to me.
Councillors, I won't do right a reply. I think everything's been said that needs to be said. I therefore will be putting the mayoral minute as moved by myself. All those in favour of the mayoral minute, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Greenway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor. All those against? Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best and Councillor Burke and Councillor Pillen. I declare the mayoral minute carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I note that Councillor Smith would like to have a motion of urgency considered at tonight's ordinary meeting. The Code of Meeting Practice 9.1 states the following: that despite clause 9.1, business may be considered at a meeting of council even if there was no due notice. If the councillors A motion is passed to have the business considered at the meeting, and B, the business is to be considered is ruled by the chairperson of great urgency on the grounds that it requires a decision by council before the next scheduled ordinary meeting. Councillor Smith has a procedural motion that will be on the screen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will just request that this matter be considered as a matter of urgency tonight. It relates to ensuring that there is transparency for our community. And so I do believe that it is urgent in light of the current circumstances that we do get this motion on the books and hopefully supported to ensure that as we progress and as we address this financial situation, that information be made available to the community. So I won't go into the details of the motion, Madam Mayor. I am happy that if we are debating it tonight, that it be debated towards the end of the meeting. Happy for that as a procedural, but I would commend this motion for consideration as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll second that motion. Councillors, I'll therefore put the motion as moved by councillors. Oh, sorry, Councillor Best, I note you did have a question. My apologies, I missed you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I'd like to make comment to the urgency, if I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Look, Councillor Smith, wow. This is not urgent. This is just ridiculous. I mean, here we are at our 11th and 3/4 hour, and Councillor Smith has cobbled together yet another late item that can ambush us all. And it's really not that good, this one. Some of our other ones have been quite priceless and they've cost a lot of money. But this one we're going to establish, a prominent and easy way to find web pages. And that's urgent, to establish a prominent and easy way to access web pages. That's urgent on the board. This is the board meeting tonight, and we're going to talk about web pages and how important it is to access them.
Madam Mayor, could I just clarify, point of order, I will
Yep.
just clarify for Councillor Best, perhaps he hasn't read the whole motion, but it does relate specifically to the financial matters that Council is facing. So it's not just generally establishing web pages, it's making sure all the information that is relevant to the current financial situation is placed on an easy to access web page for our community to access and monitor the progress, monitor Council's financial situation on an ongoing basis. So I just wasn't sure if Councillor Best understood.
Well, you know, I take a while to catch up, Councillor Smith, as you've noticed, and thank you for guiding me through my incompetence. But look, at the end of the day, Madam Mayor, this is so serious that it is a matter for the government agencies. In my view, it's a matter for ICAC. It's a matter for the OLG, the Office of the Audit, and also the Minister. And Councillor Smith is going to suggest that we pour information out there, which today we had a confidential session with forensic auditors, Mr. Banasemic, who couldn't really confirm exactly the magnitude of losses, but he thinks it's in X and it's Y. And I said to him, well, hang on, I think you're about 50 million short. We don't know the absolute magnitude of this, and we're going to move an urgency motion tonight to put information out that we don't really even know. And you heard the lawyer a while ago just saying, well, we don't really know, Councillor Best, whether we've actually breached, but actually we do, but we can't say that. This is the nonsense that we're putting up here. We are going to the Minister tonight to seek you know, the survival of this council, which quite frankly, I think it's extinct. And we're putting up this window dressing, Madam Mayor. This is not an urgency motion. This is just a terrible render, a thin veneer of this council. And it should actually read that council urgently moves that it apologises to the community
Okay, thanks,
and
Councillor
that
Best.
we
You've
show our
spoken.
contrition.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor McLaughlin, are you speaking against the urgency,
Yes,
not the
yes, thank you.
motion, but why it should
Against
be
against the
tonight?
urgency. Yeah, against the
Yeah.
urgency.
Well, can I just, I'll just explain something. I in fact allowed Councillor Best to speak against something that actually I shouldn't have, so I gave him leniency. I'm being told that only the mover can speak about the urgency. So, Councillor McLaughlin, I'm afraid I'm going to rule you out of order. You cannot speak to this. You will have to speak against it if it therefore gets up and debated in the evening tonight when it's debated. Okay. I'm sorry. So I'm just moving on. Councillor Smith, you've already put it. Councillors, I'm going to put the procedural motion. Is it to be dealt with as a matter of urgency? I'll now put it as moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor Matthews. All those in favour of the urgency, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor. All those against? Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Burke and Councillor Pillen. I therefore declare the motion of urgency carried. So, councillors, that will now be debated at the end of the meeting. Councillors, I'll now move to the insert the items by exception method. So I will call out.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Could I ask for a procedural that that urgency motion's dealt with now, or the urgency motion is dealt with now as a procedural?
Well, you can, but the mover was happy for it to be at the end, so
it might be something that's relevant here now, unless the mover would prefer to do it later. I'll leave it to Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, I would prefer to do it later because there may be a little bit of wordsmithing that people want to do, and I'd rather we didn't get bogged down, that we sort of got through some of the agenda if I could. So thank you, Councillor Vincent, for the suggestion, but I'd be happy for it to be towards the end of the meeting if there might be some wordsmithing.
Point taken, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I can see where you're coming from.
Thank you. Councillors, we'll now move on to the exception method. So we will move a procedural motion to deal with matters by exception. I will now read out those matters to be debated. So far, we have item 2.1, draft land transaction policy, outcome of public exhibition. We have 3.4, the deferred item, the entrance channel studies. We have 3.5, deferred item, the entrance beach north coastal erosion update. 5.1, notice of motion, affordable housing. Item 5.3, notice of motion, leveraging jobs hub off the $250 million state government rail Kangiangi. Item 5.4, the notice of motion, tradie-led COVID recovery for the Central Coast. Item 6.1, mayoral minutes, staff matter. Item 6.2, deferred item, code of conduct investigation report. Item 6.3, deferred item, code of conduct investigation report. Councillors, do we have any other matters that people would like to raise? Councillor Holstein?
Madam Mayor, a little different. Normally we would see what councillors have starred them. I know that I started the problem.
They are the ones starred.
Yeah, but we used to indicate which councillors had starred them. If I'm the only star on a couple of matters, I may wish to, since officers have spoken to me, about some of them, but I don't know which councillors have starred which, whether I'm the only council starring it.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'll tell
We
you.
get that clarified?
Yep. So 3.4 is in your name. 3.5 is in your name.
Well,
5.3 is in your name. 5.4 is in your name. 6.1 is in your name. 6.2 is in your name. 6.3 also in your name.
And I'm the only ones who've starred them?
Absolutely.
Me only?
You only. So
Anyone
do you
else
want to
read
make
the business paper?
Councillor Holstein, are you making any changes to any of those starter items? Did you want to withdraw any of them?
Well, the staff have spoken to me on 3.4 and 3.5.
So are you wanting to remove?
Look, and there has been a commitment that that information is going to be forthcoming through processes that we may not be about for. But if I'm the only one who starred those, I would have thought there would have been other. It would appear that there's other councillors wish to star them. If they do, well, I won't take the lead on them, but I will have some comment. But no,
okay.
I need 3.4 or 3.5.
Okay.
If I'm the only one.
No, I'd like to speak on those two.
Okay.
Thank you.
So they're the only two that you wanted to remove your name from?
Looking through my others, yes, I think 6.1's 6.2, 6.2 code of conducts. Are they in confidential?
They are.
It's okay. I'll still leave them on.
Okay. Right, councillors.
Madam Mayor, just as a matter of process, could we just add the urgency motion to that list? Otherwise, it will go through automatically. So if we could just add that as a matter to be debated. Thank you.
Nobody starred item 2.2 at this stage, unless I'm wrong.
What is 2.2?
There's a question from Councillor McGregor. So are you starring that, Councillor McGregor? Yep. Okay. So councillors.
Sorry, I wanted to ask a question about that because I don't mean to interject. I don't like to unmute my thing unnecessarily, but on 2.2, it says serious financial situation update report. On the hub, I found 2.2, which is a 100-day recovery action plan status report. Are they the same item? Because they're labelled as different things. It looks like they might be.
So it's meant to be a status report for the 100-day action plan. What has happened since it was adopted last week, and that's what it was.
So I'm looking at the right thing then. It just had a different name. Okay,
correct.
Sorry. I know that sounds silly, but it's kind of the big ticket item at the moment, isn't it?
That's right. So you're starring that one? Yep. Okay. Councillors, so therefore, I've got no other hands. It looks like item 3.1, 3.2 and 3.3 will go through by the exception method. Okay. Councillors, do I have a mover for the procedural? Councillor Smith, second. Councillor McGregor. All those in favour of the procedural, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Best, Councillor Greenaway. It would appear that that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to first item for debate would be item 2.1, and that would be in the name of Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am having an alternate motion to put on the screen, and I did circulate this to councillors this afternoon. So it was just, sorry, I will move that way and speak to it if I have a seconder. Sorry, Madam Mayor, couldn't quite hear you there, but
my apologies. Sorry, Councillor McGregor, second your. motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Madam Mayor, it's just some minor wording changes to the land transaction policy. It was circulated to staff as well. The first change is rather than exceptions to the principles just being at the delegation of the CEO, that any exceptions to the principles in the policy come to a council meeting for approval. The second point was just including social, environmental and economic benefits as one of the considerations, and that appropriate records must be kept detailing the purpose of the dedication. I know when the former Gosford Council sought to sell off an amount of land, there was a lot of controversy about it because some of that land was dedicated for specific purposes, and it appeared at that time that council, although the community have lots of information, council did not have sufficient information on the history of some of those dedications. So I think that is important. Part C, the market value. So again, reinforcing that we are dealing with public money and that land acquisitions, land transactions should be at market value and will occur at market value. There is a provision for exception to that rule, and one would presume that if there was an outstanding reason for a variation, that could come to council. But I suppose at this point in time, when we're hearing a lot about the Leppington Triangle at Badgerys Creek, I think there is an expectation from our community that when dealing with public land and public money, that we are dealing with market value in land transactions. And the last point is again just that any review of council's land portfolio should be a public process, and there should be opportunities for the community to see and be aware of that, make comment, whether that be through a consultation or whether it be directly to council when they see something on the business paper. So they are the changes, Madam Mayor. So I commend that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor, as seconder, would you like to speak to this? Sorry, Councillor McGregor, you moved screen. There was a complete reshuffle.
That's okay. Look, I think that the Deputy Mayor's covered a lot of it, but I think considering the likely moves on the horizon, this is actually going to be quite a significant policy. So this is the outcome of the public exhibition, and it is the right time to make some changes, and these changes could be very prescient over the next couple of years, given that obviously one of the options for an administrator would be to sell off significant amounts of public land. Whether or not that's in the public interest or for the right value or purpose is another thing. So I do thank the Deputy Mayor for casting her eye over this policy and responding to the outcomes of public exhibition and strengthening it. And as you can see in the red writing on the screen, that's where the changes are. It's very plain language. It's very easy to understand. The market value aspect is one that's quite important given some recent transactions we've seen down Sydney Way and potential future ones on the horizons for the Central Coast. But most importantly, if you look at D17, it's about it being a public process so that the community actually are involved in the stewardship, the control or disposal of their assets, and that it's not done from people from afar. It's not done by councillors or staff or people who are bureaucrats from Sydney or Bribie Island or God knows where, that there's actually the involvement of the public in this. So you can bet your bottom dollar that there'll be a move to get rid of a lot of things without the public having a lot of consultation in it if an administrator does come in, because that's what's happened in the past. So it is important that these changes are made. And I thank the Deputy Mayor for having a detailed look at the policy, responding to the public exhibition and acting in the public interest in strengthening the policy, making it more effective and appropriate through the changes in red on your screen. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Holstein, I have a question from you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question will be directed to the staff in regard to the changes, but it'd probably be appropriate to also make some comment because there's been a little friction. Councillor Smith, thank you very much for giving adequate notice. I know times are difficult and you did get this to us earlier. I looked through it. I don't have any difficulty with the adjustments that are made there. I can understand all of them. However, I do need to ask of the officers, do they see any implications that I'm not aware of in regard to those adjustments? Could they please advise?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and in answer to your question, Councillor Holstein, the Deputy Mayor circulated the proposed amendment to me earlier in the afternoon. The relevant staff have reviewed it and have advised that there are no concerns in relation to the proposed amendments. All they do is shore up further due diligence and checks and balances around land transactions involving council.
Thank you, Mr. Martello.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor McLaughlin, you have a question?
Yes, thanks. I like a question. I think it's directed to Director Boris Bolgoff. Thank you.
This is not his report. You understand that?
No, I understand, but I think he's in charge of some of the land assets. Is that correct?
Director Bolgoff, are you in charge of some of the land assets?
Through you, Madam Mayor, depending what land you're referring to, if it's to do with laneways and road reserves, that's where I'd certainly be consulted.
My question to Mr. Bolgoff, was it you that gave me an answer on when we devalued the land from operational back to community? And I asked, there was notice of motion that we actually took a lot of land from operational back to community. There's a number of properties there, and one of the ELT gave me a report that the book value was devalued $4 million. Was that you? Do you recall that? No.
Through you, Madam, sorry, I don't recall those valuations.
No, so it may not have been you, but I remember we had a notice of motion put up and to reclassify a lot of land that Wyong Shire turned operational, and that reclassification took a book value down by $4 million. And now
Councillor McLaughlin, are you asking a question or making a statement?
I'll speak to it if I may, yeah.
Yep, okay. You're speaking against it or for it?
Yeah. Look,
not yeah. Are you speaking against or for?
I'll speak for it. I'll speak for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Look, I'm not against what Councillor Smith is trying to do, and I understand the reasons for it. I've actually been an auctioneer on behalf of council on a number of occasions to dispose some of their properties. I've actually created the market value on the day, which by definition is a willing purchaser and a willing seller that's not under duress. Is the actual definition of market value. So I don't know what the market value of a stadium is when you've only got one buyer and one seller, and you're happy to do a deal. So, it's good in theory, but you must allow the market to take its course. But we did actually devalue our properties. There was a notice of motion put up that actually reclassified land from operational back to community. Now, it may be a smart move if we are going to sell that land to rethink that and put it back to operational. I mean, it's a difference of $4 million is what the book value was from that simple move. So if we does come to a land register and that sort of thing, I would actually plant the seed now as councillors. We should actually look at what Wyong Council did and improve the market value of the portfolio. It's all very well to say you want to protect the land, but if you are going to sell it, there's no point selling community land if it's at $1 when you could actually sell it for operational land at $10. So I just make that point that if it does come to this point, and we are still here as councillors, and we are sitting around the table doing that, please don't be philosophical and stick to your ideology of we can't sell the farm and that. You may have to sell the farm, and my advice is sell it for the best price possible. I warned you against the reclassification before, and now it may actually come up to the point where we have to redo it. I understand Councillor Greenaway who put that through what her motivations were to protect the community's land, and I applaud her for that. But actually, when the time comes now, we have to be business-like, we have to be commercial, we have to do the best thing by our community to try and right the financial situation. So if it comes to land sales, bear that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillors, do I have anybody speaking against? Because I've had 4. Have I got anybody speaking against? No, councillors. I'm therefore going to give right a reply to Councillor Smith as mover of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not a lot to say. other than thank you for your comments, Councillor McLaughlin. They weren't exactly related to the land transaction policy, but always useful. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillors, I'm missing one. Sorry, councillors, I believe I know everybody's there. It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, moving on to item 3.4. Now, I believe Councillor Holston, you've pulled out, but Councillor McLaughlin said he would. Oh, sorry, councillors, I've missed one. Sorry, preempting 2.2, which is the 100-day action plan. Councillor McGregor, that's in your name. Do we have a seconder for Councillor McGregor? Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor McGregor, floor is yours. Off mute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, by some people's own admission, when we were inquiring about 2.2, they said they hadn't read it or weren't aware of it, but it's a significant report, and I did want to bring it to the council's attention and to the public's attention, seeing as that there is some criticism that we haven't been doing anything, that the 100-day plan is just all fluff and bubble. Well, if you look through this report, it's 46 pages of current actions that have already been completed in regards to implementing the 100-day plan and also responding to the liquidity crisis that we have. So if you look at page 2, it talks about the first step of actions which have already been undertaken, which is to cease recruitment, limit the staff delegations, review the contingent workforce, reduction of overtime, review of the capital expenditure, establishment of the tactical team to deliver the plan, the review of the controls over financial management systems to develop and improve regular reporting. And the final two are very important because these are things that councillors in the ARIC committee have been pushing for a number of years, which is daily monitoring of council's cash balances to understand council's current financial position, and the dashboard reporting, which we've been hearing about the need for some time. It also goes on to make further reference to some of the external people that we're working with. So you've got companies like Clayton Utz, the law firm that John Howard used to work for, so surely the Liberals would like that one. KPMG, it's a rather large accounting firm, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Grant Thornton, which we've been working with since early June there, and obviously DMB, which has been referenced many times tonight, and at least 2 councillors completed training with some months ago. Now, if you go to page 22, it talks about the actions that have already been completed or in progress in the first response stage, and it's got a table that sets out the facts and figures and talks about what's been completed. So in the second one, you're talking about an annual saving of $5.3 million, which has already been completed. There's further reduction in CapEx by 40.5 million already identified, including a 36.9 reduction in the budget target as well. The financial savings for Q1 have already been implemented into the OPEX. If you look at the delegations, there's stronger controls around the financial delegations. So all unit manager financial delegations have been limited to $10,000. Employees under unit manager level have no authority to commit council to any expenditure or approve any expenditure on behalf of council. So when councillors were raising some of these delegations, you can see that these are direct actions following on through the actions of councillors and senior staff. And the final one's around the purchasing side of things. So implementing measures to reduce the rate of expenditure, such as extension to current payments terms in alignment with commercial obligations, amendment to existing payment supplier payment cycle, reducing payment cycle from 2 payments per week to 1 per week, negotiation of longer terms, reduction of trade and purchase cards. So these are some of the actions that have already been completed. So when we're being told constantly we're not doing anything, that's already what's been done. The plan is in there, as well as an extensive list of who the staff have contacted since the 6th of October, when this was all dropped on us like a bomb. So for the people to say that they've had no contact with the staff, no formal submissions or anything like that, they're clearly listed in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gregory. Councillor Sundstrom, would you like to speak as seconder of the motion? Sorry. Councillor Sundstrom, would you like to speak as seconder of the motion?
Look, I will just briefly, and I'll acknowledge that Councillor McGregor, as usual, has been very comprehensive with his words. But what I'd like to do is just draw back the attention that he's directed towards those people that have been requested to come along on this journey with Central Coast Council. They're all people that should have a vested interest, a heartfelt interest in helping Central Coast Council deal with the situation that has arisen. And I'll just go through the list quickly. The Chief of Staff for the Minister of Local Government, certainly someone who's got an interest in getting the information for their minister. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Central Coast, Mr. Adam Crouch, certainly he should be supporting the Central Coast Council in its efforts to get to the bottom of all the questions that need to be answered in this situation and helping us with the solutions. Mr. David Harris, who is the Shadow Minister for Central Coast. And then we go on to the others that have been connected, including Yasmin Catley MP, Liesl Tesh MP, David Meehan MP, Taylor Martin MLC, the Department of Planning, New South Wales Water, the Chief of Staff for the Minister of Water, and the New South Wales Audit Office. All these people have got valuable skills and knowledge and certainly should have an interest in making the best of the situation that we see at the moment. And I call on all of them to get behind and try to help Central Coast Council to get into a position where we can recover from this financial situation, rather than poke at us and point at us and deride what's been going on. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. I believe Councillor Best.
Is there anyone else that wants to make comment? I've just got to bring up a file on my other machine. Is there anyone else who wants to make a comment?
I'll move over.
Come back to me. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
Can I just ask you, are you speaking against it?
Yes, I wish to speak against
right.
it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give the other person against, and then you'll be the last speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin,
Yes,
speaking against it.
Yes, look, I'll speak. I'll speak against it on the same vein that I spoke against the asking for the minutes to stay as councillors. Very impressive list of actions there, but let's be 100% honest. That was a list of actions put forward by the consultants, Grant Thornton. The council sort of ticked it off and that sort of thing. That could have been done in 10, 15 minutes, unimpeded by the politics, instead of a whole day of arguing what we're going to do, what we're not going to do. Where I lost confidence in this council was the two confidential meetings where we had a debate, one matter with one staff member, and we couldn't come to an agreement on it. And it was a serious matter with a serious amount of money. And for that reason, I think, as I said before, the politics that have got us to this situation won't get us out. It's all very well to rattle off names and virtue signal and drop a name here and there for the MPs that you want to champion. But at the end of the day, a consultant and an administrator could get through that list in 10 minutes. What would take us 2 years? I think, with all due respect, it's good to show cause and a 100-day plan and all that sort of stuff there, but we spent 1 hour on a mayoral minute, 1 hour on the mayoral minute to see whether we're going to want to stay as councillors or not want to stay as councillors. You've got 2 resignations and that, and I think the end of the day is you can try and say what you're going to do, but it's beyond the capabilities of this council. It's beyond the capability of individual councillors. It's beyond my capability. I've been in business 40 odd years. There's no way I can turn around $300 million and try and keep this afloat. I'm not kidding myself. You need to step aside. You need to actually let the people that come in and do it properly and without any impediment, they're going to put up ideas to sell land. Then you're going to run out to the public and scream, no land sales, no land sales. You just heard it in the last motion. You want to bring the public along. It's not time for the public. It's time for the experts. Bring them in. Get us out of the way. Let them do what they've got to do. Let them write the business here. We do not want to double the rates for the community over 10 years. And this is what this 100-day plan with us. It's just going to drag on and on and on. And as much as I want to stand here united and supported, the last 2 confidential matters, I lost confidence. I've lost confidence in the ability of this council to take us forward. I won't waste any more of the the time, other than I just speak against the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Best. Speaking against.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor McLaughlin, for your comments. I can't support them strongly enough. Councillors, look, this 100-day plan is code for councillors to basically keep their allowances. 100-day plan. Well, why don't we get an 85-day plan or a 125-day plan, or we got a marketing spiel instead. The 100-day plan, very impressive stuff. But I bring you all back to my screen on my left here, that when the administrator left, the last administrator left just before the next one arrives, in 2017, they were $65.43 million in the black. In 2018, you guys turned it into $22.7 million loss. Then you back that up in 2019 with a $5.126 million loss. And then you budgeted for a $18 million loss in 1920, and you turned that into a $89 million loss, and you've budgeted for a $13 million loss this year. So this council has budgeted for losses every single year, and it has now cost on this screen $197 million plus the robbing, the illegal robbing, which you wouldn't report to the ICAC, of some, and which we heard today, and we heard in open session, and we've heard in private. To right side this, to yawl this out, we are looking at $300 million of borrowings. We're looking at $300 million of asset sales. We're looking at $300 million of rate rises, or a conflagration of all of those together to try and right side the business. If you take a $300 million borrowing and you apply that to an extraordinary rate rise, you are going to double the rates of the Central Coast on your watch. And you are going to tell us that we've got a 100-day plan. It's basically the trust me plan. After you've just spent, councillors, quite a number of you don't even pay rates in this council. Like, you tell me that like, there are people watching this. Don't you guys get it? There are people watching this now. There are the ministers' people watching it. There's the department people watching it. There's the punters watching it. There's the community groups watching it. And we are talking about $300 million. Like, it just rolls off your tongue into the abyss, doesn't it? But it's going to cost this community. You guys are leaving a legacy when you turn to political dust shortly of $300 million. Talk about ending your own careers, but you've also destroyed this public's prospects of going forward with a whole lot of projects. My animal care's facility's gone. The Munmora Skate Park's gone. And the media asked, what were the things you championed in the 100-day report? And my answers were, I stopped them from destroying the joint. At least I thought I did, but clearly I failed.
Thanks, Councillor Best. Councillor Pillen, I have had 2 for, 2 against. I'll show you some leniency, and then we'll be going to write a reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do appreciate that. Look, I won't speak for long then. I cannot support this 100-day plan. It's 3 weeks now since the CEO called us all in to advise the position that we were in. This council struggles to make decisions in unison on anything, let alone try and turn this financial crisis around and restructure the staff and the finances. In a meeting the other night, I asked if the ELT team could all please provide us with what their budgets were for the last financial year, and whether they came in on those budgets or whether they were over. And I was denied asking that question. I understand it was very, very late and given leniency, but given the situation we're in, I feel like that question should have continued, and it may even be something that we ask again tonight, because we never did get the answers from the directors who are in charge and leading councillors, as well as us being in this position. We have asked about whether the cash flow has been checked by the CEO, and I hate to say what the answer was there in all the time that he's been in his role. We've asked for weekly cash flows to be provided to councillors, and we still haven't seen that. I wrote to the acting CEO to ask, how do we continue in this position? How do we actually function? How do we open the door tomorrow when there's messages out there from the state to say they will not give legislation exemptions. It's a question of how do we open the door, and wages have been getting paid with restricted funds unbeknownst to us. Now, as soon as I read that was the case, I questioned, how does this go ahead? And the only reason this has all come to a head is from the letter written by Councillor Best and supported by Councillor Marquette and myself and Councillor McLaughlin, that wrote to the Office of Local Government, because we were frustrated with the times we've tried to bring fiscal management to this council and it has just been shut down repeatedly. We've now had to resort to ask the minister to step in. This is beyond, you've just heard, Councillor Best and Councillor McLaughlin, myself, Councillor Marquette, our families have been in business for over 20 years and we get shut down repeatedly. We've asked now, can this move forward and put us into administration? It is beyond the capabilities, I'm sorry, of these councillors. And that's my stance on this. We still don't have answers. We still don't have the weekly cash flows. We still don't have the budgets. I still don't have the answers to, are we just putting our hands out asking for more money, more 100 million? Did we say how we were going to pay this back? Did we say what it was exactly for? What did we spend the 50 million on that we borrowed only a couple of months ago, other than refinancing a loan? These answers aren't coming. It is beyond, and it is beyond what our level of dealing with this. And I stand by Councillor Gale and Councillor Marquette tonight, throwing their hands up saying, come and rescue us. It is the best thing for the Central Coast community. I understand the community needs a voice, but they also—
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. You've had over 3 minutes.
Under control. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. To fair up, sorry, we've had 3 against. I'll go one more. Councillor Smith, you've asked to speak for the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I will support the motion because I think the 100-day action plan does show that Council is reacting appropriately and taking this matter seriously. So the consultants are engaged, the work is happening, the staff have taken urgent action, and all of this is happening through collaboration with ARIC, and we have put a case forward on how to proceed. What I really object to in this debate, and Councillor Pillen, I understand you're passionate, but you're also almost hysterical. And really, what we need is cool heads that represent the community and deal with the financial crisis that is in front of us. There's a lot of hyperbole, there's a lot of politics, and what these 3 councillors are telling us is that they don't want to be here. So if that is the case, then you don't need to be here. Allow the rest of the councillors that are really concerned about our community, that want to represent our community, that see that our democracy needs to be a part of the solution, and work with our staff and all the consultants and all the players to progress the solutions. Those councillors that want to get off the bus, then get off the bus. Okay, this matter is serious. We need to focus on the financial crisis, not get into hysterical, diatribes going over old ground. So, Madam Mayor, the 100-day action
Councillor
plan—
Smith, I've got a point of order from Councillor McLaughlin. What's your point of order, Councillor McLaughlin?
Councillor Smith is insinuating that I want to actually leave. On the contrary, I would love to stay, but I think it's I'm acting.
That's an explanation. That's not a
in
point
the
of order.
community's best interest.
That's
to want
not
to
a point of order. That's not a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand the point Councillor McLaughlin is making.
Sorry, yes, Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order?
I agree with what Councillor Smith's saying, and I think the Speaker should be heard in silence.
Thanks, that's not a point of order either. Thank you anyway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I don't want to prolong it much further. I mean, Councillor McLaughlin has indicated that he wants to be suspended. So by all means, just do it yourself. I think, what we need to focus on is the crisis, the problem and the solutions. And I would encourage all councillors to commit to that in the best interests of our community. And those that don't want to do the work, don't want to apply themselves in that way, have the option of not doing that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor, write a reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, in the right of reply, I'd start off by saying that the 100-day recovery plan is not just a thought bubble that a select cabal of councillors have come up with. This is something that's been produced by companies who have experience of working with, companies of the size of, say, $500 million and things like that. We're talking about some of the biggest accountancy firms in the country working on this. We're talking about Grant Thornton, who's an international company of prowess. It's not a thought bubble. You can criticise it all you want, but the reality is it is the plan that we have adopted. It's the plan we need to follow. Prior to the plan being adopted, we removed $140 million from our capital expenditure before we even realised that we had the liquidity issues that we had. So we were taking significant action beforehand. If you look at our operational side of things, we run $151 million operational surplus if you take away the aspect of depreciation. That's certainly a sustainable business. Now, we can avoid the farm through the temporary reduction in the capital expenditure and also looking at other revenue streams and items. If we had looked at some of these earlier, we may not have been in this mess that we're in because of dodgy accounting practices. Now, I'll come back to some of the points that were raised in the debate. So one councillor said, it's not time for the public, it's time for the experts. To the contrary, councillors, we are supposed to be acting in the public interest. We are the servants of the public. We're not there as the punching bags of certain aspects of the public. We are there to act in their interest, whether you like it or not. It's beyond me. Well,
sorry, Councillor McGregor, I have a point of order. What's your point of order, please, Councillor Best?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think to impugn the staff by suggesting that there's been dodgy accounting practices is a little bit early. I have called for the ICAC, but I'm not sure that...
Sorry, what's your point of order?
Well, the point of order is that Councillor McGregor just said, and I quote, dodgy accounting practices, and that's colloquialism for illegal and criminal activity. He doesn't know that. I'm suspicious of it, but I'm not prepared to say it. And I think for him to openly say it with the staff sitting in the room is most unfortunate and unnecessary.
Okay, thank you,
and it's a point of order. Are you going to rule on it, Madam Mayor?
Because if you're not, what I'm doing, Councillor Best.
I'm asking you, are you going to rule on it?
I am going to rule on it,
Thank
yes,
you.
and I'm
Good.
about to say something. Thank you. Yes,
I'm asking.
Good. Great. Councillor McGregor, he is correct. You shouldn't be pointing fingers. We're awaiting a forensic audit, and they will, I guess that will then get to the bottom of it. So I guess just remove that remark if you wouldn't mind.
With respect, Madam Mayor, that was the statements of Councillor Best. There was not the intent of what was said, and there were no reflection on that or the staff. I guess someone just got a little bit upset that it got quoted back to them that it's not time for the public, it's time for the experts. The following quote might do the same, which is, it's beyond me. Well, why don't you follow the experts' actual information and their plan? If you're not capable of coming up with a plan and getting 15 people and 2,175 staff to agree to it, maybe you should listen to the experts and follow their plan. I'd also like to address this constant reference to profit and how the administrator was profiting. Well, you've got to look at who's making the profit. Where does it come from? To profit off the public for unelected bureaucrats to benefit is not a good thing. It doesn't serve the public. It's not in their interest. It doesn't make an iota of difference to them other than the fact that they have to pay higher fees and charges and rates to basically line the pockets of people sitting in air-conditioned offices not doing anything who aren't even from the Central Coast. When it comes to the incorrect statements around the budgets, the first budget was a surplus. The second budget was a small deficit, which was agreed to as a collegiate of 15 people, and then 15 councillors rather. And then the third one is a deficit, which has got changing figures by the hour, by the day, every second it seems to be changing. And I can't understand why that would happen if we didn't have the so-called dodgy financial practices there. Councillors, we're here to serve the interests of the people, not pilfer the public purse. It's time to just grow up, get on board, jump behind the plan and work together in the interests of the community rather than sectional interests and playing these chaotic political games. If anyone is fair dinkum about this and actually watches these meetings, you can see where the problems are, and they're not with the 100-day plan or the actions of the majority of people who work together across party boundaries and across political spectrum.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I'll therefore put the motion moved by Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Sundstrom. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens. All those against. Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Burt, Councillor Pillen. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to item 3.4, which is the deferred item the entrance channel studies and reports. Councillor McLaughlin, you're moving it. Do you have a seconder for Councillor McLaughlin? Councillor Holstein. Councillor McLaughlin, would you like to open debate?
Yes, thank you. And I'd also like to foreshadow an amendment, or actually, I'll
you don't
add,
need to foreshadow it. You can just add
okay,
an
I'll
amendment.
add some amendment there. That and I'll just need a bit of help as I go along. It's that the council acknowledges the key findings. The key findings of the report that shows a southern training wall, southern, sorry, not a southern one, a southern one, a southern training wall. Does have merit. And point 2, that council investigate options available, or all options available, investigate all options available to might just a bit of help from Director Cox here, if I may. Investigate all options available to pursue the key findings. To pursue the key findings and prepare a preliminary report or a preliminary design. Prepare a preliminary design. To give or to offer the expert panel, to offer the expert panel and the state government and the state with for both grants funding support, for approval and grants funding support. And you might just have a look at that for me, Director Cox. And
through you, Madam Mayor, can I just offer a suggestion for that last recommendation? That that council receive a report from staff identifying the opinion.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Cox, you just need to go a bit slower because they're not with you.
Yep. Identifying the opinion of both the Tuggerah Lakes expert panel and Manly Hydraulics Laboratory in relation to the provision of a southern training wall. And Councillor McLaughlin and councillors, I suppose I offer that suggestion to you in lieu of the formal one, in the fact that both the expert panel and Manly Hydraulics have reviewed all the previous studies to date. Manly Hydraulics are looking at a number of options for management strategies for the entrance channel. And they've had a look at all the previous studies, and as the expert panel. So I just offer that suggestion that perhaps feedback from those two experts in that field might be relevant for councils before they choose to move forward in pursuing that matter.
Yeah, I'll accept that. That's fine. I'll take whatever advice you can give us, Scott. I understand. The question to Scott Cox. Manly Hydraulics are doing some reports for this on the channel now. Is that correct? Or
that's right, Councillor McLaughlin. They're doing a lot of modelling as well, and the last flood information will be very important to them, as well as the previous studies. But what is a consistent theme through a lot of the studies is that there's no single option that is the panacea for the channel, and what is required is a diverse range of different options to manage the channel. We noted in the February floods that the channel moved further south, and then a lot of works were done to try and re-establish the channel further north. I think the single training walls from in the report had identified that the reason for the single training walls would be to prevent the channel going further south. But it also identified that in itself is not the only option in managing the channel, because there's other factors that need to be considered as well too, and you'd still would need to dredge the channel even if they were in place.
Okay then. No, thanks. I'll take that aboard. I'm happy with that, with those wordings there. So it yeah, I'll speak to it unless someone wants to add something to it. Or
Councillor Vincent, he hasn't opened debate yet. Are you happy for him to open debate? No, you're not happy.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I don't know. I wouldn't have put my hand up if I was happy. So no. Look, thanks, Councillor McLaughlin, for taking on board that point 3. And I was wondering if you could accept one word changed, and if so, then I think I could support your motion. But if on item 2 there it says council acknowledges the key findings of the report that show that the wall does have merit, if you could replace does with may have merit, then I could support your motion. And
Councillor Vincent, he hadn't actually opened debate,
no,
so
but
you're actually jumping the gun.
Oh, okay.
In theory,
I'm happy
so
to change.
just
I'm happy to change it and move it along. We don't want to be here all night. So
might be a quick debate if we can get this right to start with.
Sure. Happy with that.
Thank you.
Now speak to it, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yeah, look, thank you. I mean, I'm in my 60s and I've heard my whole life that break walls don't work and all that sort of thing. And there's been ongoing debate about what works up and down the coast. And look, I understand the lake is unique, and I do understand what Director Cox is saying, that there is no holy grail or single fix. Whatever we do, the channel mouths need maintaining. We do need to dredge whatever it is, even the ones with break walls. They have to be dredged, and I acknowledge all that. But the southern training wall is designed basically just to increase scouring on the outgoing tide, so that the berm does not close up as quick, and we will not have to maintain or open the channel as much. We will maintain more ocean flow more regularly, and as we've seen before, no one can argue when the channel's open, the lake looks good, everyone's happy. And when it closes up, we end up with mold in the water and an outcry on the state of the thing. Even though it's a natural process, I understand that, but the lake is no more in its natural state. We've changed. Man has changed the lake so much that we now have to manage it. We cannot just leave it to its natural state. So I looked before on the geotech bags. They were around $300,000 was the quote I got for it. It was something that could be done as a full-length trial. It wasn't $40 million from the Cardno report. It didn't get up. It got deferred, and now the report has come back and said what I did put up did have merit. So look, whether we're here or we're not here, or whether it's administrator there, I'd like to leave something on the table for it to go through, or for this council to go through, to at least look at something different. I think we need to change the dune trimming. I think we need to look at our flood our flood indications that we will, when we're going to open up, and we are doing that. This council has made some changes to the lake, and I'll give it credit for that. Councillor Pillin's motion where the triggers for opening the channel have changed things, and we will manage the lake differently now than when we first walked into it. And I think it's an ongoing thing. We haven't got the $100 million or whatever it is to actually do the full revitalisation, so we've got to do bit by bit. And this what I'm putting up tonight could be done in the order of $300,000 for geotech bags, a full scale trial, as they call it. And I think it's time now that the public want us to move on something. They want us to try something, and the geotech bags can be put in. If it doesn't work, they can be taken out. They do it in Queensland. They do it all around the world. It's not something new. It might be something new for the entrance channel, but it's not something new for around the world. So I say to you, look, be open-minded. Look at something what we can do differently. Support this, and at least leave something on the table. If an administrator is in, or there's a new councillor comes through, they've got something to work on. We have got something to show for all the heartache that channel has caused us.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Your time has expired. Councillor Holstein is second to the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The seconder does accept the changes that the mover has taken on from Director Cox. Councillors, I spent a decade and a half on the state's flood mitigation authority, and awful lot of work's done around flooding, flood management, and coastal erosion and things like that. And when the councils amalgamated and the issues of Tuggerah Lakes came up, and of course came up in the worst possible way with the flooding, I didn't make too much comment because in my time in Gosford Council, we didn't have too much to do with Tuggerah Lakes. It was unknowns to me, but what this report has really highlighted is what's been said by some of the speakers so far, that there is no magic panacea. It is a complicated issue, and that is by all means a gross understatement. When you look through the studies, well, hang on, let's not just call them studies. Surveys, studies, plans, summaries, feasibilities, review of factors, modelling, technical advice and evaluations, all 26 of them for the last 33 years. Oh, and we wonder why the community's frustrated. And we also, it highlights not only why there should be frustration, but it highlights the complexity of the issue and just how simple it is not and how difficult it can be. So it was very enlightening reading just to see the sheer number of studies since 1987 that have gone in aspects of the Tuggerah Lakes. Councillors, support it. Let's move forward on this one. It is not simple though, and it is no magic panacea. What we do plan here, what we move forward with may not work, but we've got to do something after 33 years.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Vincent, you want to speak for it?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll speak for the motion, as I said I would, if there was a word change. And I'll do it with some reservation, but I'll do it in the interest of seeking information from the expert panel on Manly Hydraulics. As with the wording in number 2, council's acknowledging that the Southern Training Wall may or may not have had merit. So it may have, but it may not have. But us not being experts, we're open for people like the expert panel who've been convened by the state government to do a high level review, and Manly Hydraulics have a lot of expertise in this area to have a look at that. So of course we would welcome that sort of input, and whether it's the best spend of the public's money. Now, and I'm not debating this with Councillor McLaughlin, but just to, I heard him say that everybody is happy when the channel is wide open. Yes, from some aspects, no, from other aspects. There's a reason to manage that opening, and there's a reason why you don't have a wide open channel. In general, the lake is 20 to 30 centimetres higher than the ocean. And if you have a wide channel opening there, the lake drops to the level of the ocean. And when it drops to the level of the ocean, and in a dry period, which we've had a lot of rain in the last couple of days, but the lake drops, and waterfront properties have the water at the front of their houses drop, and you've got to get a lot of low, black, oozy mudflats exposed. And when that happens, it smells a lot. And when that happens, people can't access the lake in canoes, in boats, as they would. So yes, we do want a channel to be there, or we want the channel to be able to self-score in the event of a high rain activity or an east coast low, so that water, excess surplus water from the lake can run out. Yes, I agree with that. But if you have a large channel there or a large opening, the lake becomes too low. It's normally 20 to 30 centimetres higher than the ocean. And you expose the mudflats, and then residents start ringing or complaining about the smell and the ooze out the front of their house. Not only that, but if you do have a large opening and you do have a big east coast low and the ocean is higher than the lake, and you have a lot of rain coming from our catchments, which is up at Porters Creek, up at Wallara, and from Tumby Creek, if that's feeding into the lake and then there's a wide opening there and we have a king tide, the ocean pushes back in and it floods houses even worse than it would if we manage that opening and we have a proper management of that ocean. So people say, oh, but the high tide, it's only 10, a couple of hours or so. Yes, but that's a couple of hours that your garage or your house gets pushed underwater and then out of water. So we need that to be managed properly, and we need the advice of experts. And once again, I'm supporting this because I really would be keen to hear what the Tuggerah Lakes expert panel has to say and what Manly Hydraulics has to say. Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. Councillor Best, you said you had, was it a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I was just left hanging with bated breath on what Councillor McLaughlin was saying, and I'd like to ask through you to my independent colleague, Councillor McLaughlin, your expertise around, having a family business for the best part of 100 years in that area. What does a good functioning channel and a clean entrance and lake mean, Councillor McLaughlin? You were just about to say that, but your time ran out.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Look, I think at the end of the day, the McLaughlins came out from Scotland and camped on Picnic Point in the late 1800s and fished the lakes. And I've had uncles and family fish the lakes all my life, and I grew up on the lakes. There's no doubt about it. When the channel mouth is open and we do have freshwater exchange, we don't get the mold and the scum and things like that, and that it produces botulism. There's actually botulism in the water, and we see that in the dry periods when the lake closes up totally, and the botulism come in. We actually get a lot of pelican rescues and bird life rescues from those botulisms. The seabird rescue people during that dry period there we're giving birds antibiotics because someone would throw some litter and food into the lake, and the mold and the botulism would get on the food and the birds would eat it. I mean, that's the difference between having a lake open and a lake closed. Now, I take what Councillor Vincent says, but this particular option does not lower the actual level of the rock, but it doesn't dig out the rock. It doesn't actually lower the lip of the channel and that sort of thing. It just stops the channel moving south and getting hung up on that rock ledge that we had in the last flood. And that's the reason behind that training wall on the southern side, as Director Cox said, to stop the channel moving south and then not being able to get in the event of a flood, get up over that rock shelf and back up on it there. So I take what he says about a big open channel. We've got a big open channel at the moment. And this is pretty much what the staff did with their sand trial wall, their berm, and that. So to answer your question, I think what the staff have done this year and with their little short trial and increasing the opening has worked, and I think we shouldn't stop now. We're being open-minded about it. We're not being closed-minded about it. Let's be open-minded. Let's get the reports back from Manly Hydraulics and the expert panel, and there might be something in there that they might throw into us that we haven't had an option after the last 20 or 30 years. So I agree with Councillor Vincent. Let's get the information back and keep an open mind of what we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Right.
Thank you, Councillor Best.
Councillor Pillen, you've got a question, and then I believe Councillor Greenway has an amendment. So I will go to Councillor Pillen, and then I'm going to you, Councillor Greenaway, for your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I really welcome that Manly Hydraulics and the State Tuggerah Lakes expert panel are really closely looking at this and coming up with options, and supportive of Councillor McLaughlin that we've always tried to do what we can for the Tuggerah Lakes. My question, I'm just a little concerned with point 3, and through you, if I may ask probably Director Cox, just on, given the financial position the council is currently in, if he sees that this is going to be costing any money to bring these reports back to council, and if it is, that maybe that we put in an amendment that wants the council to proceed once finances can responsibly allow, but maybe he doesn't see a cost in this. I just wanted to check on that, given we really should be looking at essential services, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, very valid question, Councillor Pillen. I've touched base with staff. The fact that the Tuggerah Lakes expert panel have already done a literature review of all the studies, that won't cost the council anything. And in terms of Manly Hydraulics Laboratory, they've already been engaged and they've already done an extensive review of previous studies. And the question to ask them about the training walls, the cost, extra cost, if there is any, would be immaterial. As I said before, they've already been engaged to do comprehensive work in terms of management strategy for the entrance channel.
Perfect. Thanks, Director Cox. Yeah, I fully support this. It's great to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greenaway, you've got an amendment, or do you want to add something to that with the indulgence of the mover?
Yes.
So Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Greenaway has some changes, perhaps.
Yeah, all it is, Madam Mayor, is when you have a look at the report, where it says that a single training wall on the south side may have merit, I just thought we might as well put in the entire paragraph so that the community is not thinking that it is potentially one of these silver bullets, because the entire paragraph does give it qualified support in that it says it will restrain the entrance channel from migrating southwards, but it also says it would not provide for safe navigation and would be associated with some loss of amenity and aesthetics. So I just thought, let's put the whole sentence in. I have sent it to, oh, there it is. I was going to say I sent it to meeting support. So I just thought it's the same as what Councillor McLaughlin has. It's just the full story so that people get to have an understanding that it might work, it might not work,
yeah, that's right.
but
yeah, that's happy. Yeah, that's fine, Louise. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't need to speak to the amendment or anything. If he's accepting it, I don't need to.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Pillen just has a second question. Councillor Pillen.
Am I unmuted?
Yep.
Yep, sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you again to Director Cox. Just whilst we're on the entrance channel, I'm just wondering if you could enlighten us, please, in regards to the 4.7 million that we received from the federal government for the Tuggerah Lakes. If you could just expand where, well, probably where those funds currently are, and how much of that money has been spent to date on the Tuggerah Lakes, and what the plan is moving forward for those funds, please, if that's possible.
I'll start my answer again. Through you, Madam Councillor Pillen, I'll have to take that on notice. I know that there are a number of works that have commenced, but in terms of the specifics of those projects, I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thanks, Director Cox.
Councillors, there are no further speakers, so I'm going to go for right of reply. Councillor McLaughlin. No, Councillor McLaughlin, you're still muted. Councillor McLaughlin, you need to unmute.
Okay,
Yep.
there we go. Gotcha.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to take all those things aboard. I agree that from Councillor Vincent, it depends whether you want to be down the entrance channel, look at the water come in, or you're up at Budgewoi Lake and watching the water drain. I understand there's differing opinions, and there's not one whole thing that'll fix it. And I take Councillor Greenaway's thing that it doesn't say it's going to be an open navigational seaway and we can build a marina and have a fast ferry. I understand all that, but I think the main thing about this is that there is obviously some government interest in by the Tuggerah Lakes expert. The state government has picked its ears up and put some money behind a panel, and they must have some view on it to try and take things forward. And we've already engaged Manly Hydraulics, so let's keep an open mind and let's see if we can actually do something. We've already got a wall down at the entrance now that is doing what it's designed to do on the entrance beach, and it's got the sand. The sand is built up, and the state government has done that, and it was done under Chris Spence when he was the Liberal member for the entrance, and in his term he got that underway with the Cardno report. So I do ask you to support this at least as councillors. If we are put into suspension, that's something you are leaving something to go forward on for the next council, whether it's some of us here or whether it's any of us here, who knows. But I think after decades and decades of argument at the entrance and ongoing thing, I think the public would like to see us as a council to try and take something forward, at least if it's only the premise of an open-minded towards a report would be a good way to go out. So I'd ask you to support this and thank Councillor Holstein for seconding the motion.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I'll therefore move the motion or the recommendation put by yourself, Councillor McLaughlin, second by Councillor Holstein. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous, councillors. Thank you very much. Councillors and staff, community, I'll now be taking a 5-minute recess or stop. So we will resume at 9:32. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I have a quorum, so I'm going to recommence the meeting, and we are moving on to item 3.5, which I believe will be also in the name of Councillor McLaughlin. Are you moving as is, Councillor McLaughlin? Sorry. You need, yep.
Yeah, I don't need to add to it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll second it. Open debate, Councillor McLaughlin.
Look, I just want to put it on public record, the amount of thanks that I've received from the residents of the North Entrance towards council and towards the council staff. I think one of the speakers tonight was a resident of North Entrance expressing their thanks to the prompt action of the council and the councillors here. And just want to put on record that the director, Scott Cox, and Julie Vaughan and the team and Luke, the glowing, I often rang over to the residents and said, have you heard from council that? And they said, yeah, the guys have been here, the guys have been there, they've been over and saw us today, they're telling us what's going on. And I think the public did actually acknowledge that it was probably beyond them to get their act together themselves in that short of time, and they needed the liaison of the council and the emergency team, Lee Shearer, Adam Crouch, to come in and sort that out. So just put on the public record, there is a lot of thanks towards council. I know councillors and council staff, we often get a lot of abuse and not much thanks, but in this case there, the residents have been more than thankful. Just put on public record. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I just want to add that it was actually long before any politician decided to tip their hat into this one, that our staff were out there on the ground assessing damage done to North Entrance. They didn't need any approval from any politician. They went out there and they did their job. We walked, they walked, I walked alongside them, making sure that Marlene Pennings didn't lose her house and a lot of the other residents. They then fronted to a community meeting. Again, they weren't directed by any politician. They went there, they acted in good faith. They went there to support the community, and I do believe that our staff stood. Point of order. What's your point of order, Councillor McLaughlin?
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Marlene Pennings was on the phone to us, begging us to do something that night. The Councillor Best and myself in the urgency motion. So the thing that I do correct you on the fact that of no politicians being involved up until the point that we brought that urgency motion in. Nothing was being done. So
well, I don't take that point of order, Councillor McLaughlin, because I know for a fact the staff were out there assessing the damage and doing stuff. It was coincidental that happened. So anyway, I'm not taking a point of order. Again, I'm referring to, you referred to the Parliamentary Secretary, again, who didn't appoint anything in relation to North Entrance. So North Entrance was done on the good point from the staff. They went out there, they caught the brunt, they worked with the residents. Again, no state member or Lee Shearer had anything to do with the North Entrance. So again, it was a good outcome for the community. The staff got in there, they went there, they copped the abuse from the residents for not doing enough, but they still went out there and they put a plan together, and we were fortunate that we were able to save the homes. What's unfortunate is the fact that the Parliamentary Secretary hasn't been able to support us in getting refunded or getting our costs back for the money that we spent on that erosion at North Entrance. So to date, we've been unable to secure any of the funding to help support that. So in essence, the ratepayer throughout the whole of the Central Coast has funded the erosion work. So that's the sad fact. And, I look forward and welcome any funds that we do get from the state to support what the staff did. But again, the staff are owed a big thank you. They were out there walking the nights and the days with the community, doing what they could do. So I also put the motion and recommend to the rest of the council. Councillor Vincent, you have a question?
Thanks, Madam. It was just continue on of your statement there about the estate providing funding. And through you, Madam Mayor, to relevant director, I think maybe Director Cox, I'm not sure.
It
But
is Director Cox.
Could staff please give us an estimate of costs of what councils had to spend, say, at North Entrance and at Wamberal there? And also let us know if there's been any contribution from the state government towards those costs that council has borne.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent. The cost to date is approximately $2.8 million. Staff lodged their amended application through the Coast and Estuary Grants application process for the Significant Open Coastal Hazards grant funding program, which we amended the applications, seeking 50% for Wamberal. We were also put in seeking 50% for North Entrance, but we'd already been identified that it was ineligible because there's no coastal zone management plan for the former Wyong. But the next steps in terms of seeking funding, hopefully we're successful soon in at least acquiring 50% for Wamberal through that grant process. The next step would be seeking a reimbursement for the remainder of the costs through the State Emergency and Rescue Management Act, where the works were undertaken under the direction of the Leocon. So it'll be a two-stage process to try and get reimbursement of all those costs. But to date, no, we haven't received any reimbursement to date, but hopefully with the Coast and Estuary Management Grants, we will have some indication shortly on that first stage process anyway.
Thanks for that. And just a follow-up question on that. Thanks, Director Cox. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Cox. The area on the beachfront there, is that a local government or a state government asset or responsibility?
At North Entrance, Councillor Vincent?
North Entrance and Wamberal?
Okay. In terms of North Entrance, it's on Crown land where a lot of the where the protection works were put. And in terms of Wamberal, it is a lot of the protection works were put on an unformed road known as Ocean Parade, which adjoins the property boundaries of the private properties along at Wamberal there. It was the subject of a report to council at last week's council meeting in terms of the land in front of the properties of both North Entrance and at Wamberal.
Thanks for that. And one more question. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you to the Acting CEO, Jamie, Mr. Loader. At the moment, there's been reports of the council's liquidity, and in a time when we're looking at covering our expenses, is this a time when we'd be seeking the state to expedite payment of monies to the council, that the state owes the council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Vincent. There's a number of initiatives underway at the moment where we're trying to seek reimbursement across the board for any monies due to council from any source at this point in time.
Thanks. And through you, Madam Mayor, to the Acting CEO. So how receptive has the state been to reimbursing that money sooner than later?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I haven't been involved in direct conversations. It may be a question for Director Cox, may be able to answer that in relation to this matter.
I'll leave it for now, unless Director Cox has got an easy answer on that one or a quick one.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, I know that in terms of the bushfires, we did receive some reimbursement earlier on in the year. In terms of the flooding, we have submitted our application for reimbursement for the flooding, and I understand that a decision on that is imminent, a reimbursement of $1.2 million. So hopefully by the end of this week, there might be an outcome on the reimbursement for some of the monies spent in the February floods.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Pillen, you said you have a question.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to ask a question through probably to Councillor Best in regards to, he was out there with Councillor McLaughlin at North Entrance a lot in the storms as well. Just if we could get his rundown of accounts, please, that'd be great.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen, for your text message. Oh, sorry, for your question. Look, this, thank you, Councillor Vincent, for your smile. This situation was nothing new to us. We received some real SOSs from the local community asking us to get involved and represent them on their behalf. And I told them, look, I come from the Forgotten North. You guys don't vote for me down there. Not that I won't involve myself, but this is really Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Pillen's world and others down there. But I've known Ms. Pennings and Jerry, her husband, for a very long period of time now, 20 odd years, 30 years. And I felt absolutely compelled to assist, and Councillor McLaughlin, to his credit, chipped in and supported a resolution that I put forward. And Madam Mayor, with the greatest respect, I do recall that evening well, as I remember a number of evenings well where my matters I brought to the chamber, in all honesty, were trivialised and voted down. And this was no different, because one of the ones that really stays with me as my time goes and as I move on beyond into other things in my world other than council, I'll remember this one, because I was asked by two councillors. It was actually Councillor Sundstrom and Councillor Smith asked me, when will the next East Coast low strike, Councillor Best? You know, it was just one of those questions. And of course, I didn't have the answer to that, and it was never meant to be answered. It was just a flippant response. And lo and behold, 3 weeks later, these people are praying for their homes, and they're still not out of the woods. So really, Madam Mayor, you know, we should have seen this well before. We've heard from the community. We've heard from Councillor McLaughlin, 3-4 generations of McLaughlins down there. I mean, they've got experience. Why aren't we listening? We heard from Councillor Pillen on Wamberal Beach, people pleading for geobags, pleading to be allowed to spend their money on the beach. And what did we do? We frustrated it for years. We've got, you know, no one would buy a property in Wamberal Beach at the moment. I won't say too much about that, but we all know what it looks like. It's pretty dodgy. And that's a legacy of this council, along with the $300 million that we've just sent up in flames. So it's not just about the money that this council's lost, it's about the integrity and the confidence of the community that we've completely and utterly trashed.
Thanks, Councillor Best.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks. Councillors, there are no further hands or questions, I believe. So Councillor McLaughlin, you have right of reply.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I do remember that night. We argued for 45 minutes whether it was urgent or not, whether people's houses were falling into the sea. You know, and it's all very well to say nothing to do with politicians helping out here, but without the politicians helping it down at Wamberal, those people were hung on a cliff for 4 years until we actually decided to have a meeting and do something about that. So I do take, I don't take your comments. I do disagree with your comments that the politician didn't have anything to do it. We had an urgency motion. It was passed. It allowed the staff to get in and act. And then the Leoclon got involved after that with when the East Coast low hit. Staff were doing beach scraping at the time, but our urgency motion that we as councillors directed the council to do something about it allowed them to do it. So, you know, I think Councillor Best is correct. I took many calls from the residents over there begging us to try and help, and I would say to them, I don't know what I can do for you. The people at Wamberal have been waiting 4 years, but to our credit, this council got in and passed something at North Entrance, and then we got the East Coast Low, and we did the same down at Wamberal. We did actually get something, and as my time as councillor is one of the more rewarding things that I've actually done. So I thank my colleagues for that. But the main point that I second tonight was again to put on record for the staff and to thank the staff for all their effort they put in. They put in big hours running that emergency. Am I being muted or not muted?
No, you're going. I
Still
don't know
go?
what's going on. Yep, the
Okay.
clock's not working. You're speaking. You're not speaking. I don't know. System.
Okay. Well, I won't speak, but I just want to thank the staff for all their efforts, including Director Scott Cock, Julie Vaughan, and Luke Sawalski, for all their hard effort they did over there at North Entrance. Thank you. Bye.
Great. Thank you, councillors. I'll therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor McLaughlin, second by myself. All those in favour, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to a notice of motion in the name of Councillor Smith. Councillor Holston, I know that you called it. Did you want to second Councillor Smith's motion?
No, but I may wish to debate in it. I just wanted to.
Okay, you don't want to second. Okay, that's okay. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Councillor McGregor will second it. That's fine. Councillor Smith, did you want to open debate? You're moving it as is. Councillor McGregor's seconding it. Thank you.
Yes, I will, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I am pleased to put forward this notice of motion. I did submit it before, the financial crisis hit us. But looking at it, I still think it has merit, and I still think it is appropriate to put it forward at this point in time. I was very pleased when I spoke to staff in drafting this motion that there had already been some work underway, and I thank the staff for that. They have been looking at this matter. We know that our community has been hit by COVID. It's a tough year for everybody, and so that makes social and affordable housing even more important. The affordable housing strategy that council adopted was one of those examples where council did come together, and I think it was 14 out of 15 councillors that ultimately supported the affordable housing strategy. So this motion here draws out one of the actions out of that strategy, which was to identify for each term of council appropriate land that could then be considered for affordable housing. And this motion seeks to progress that before the elections next year. So, I look forward to this progressing. I think it is an opportunity to do something for our community that has a tangible benefit. It may actually provide an economic benefit to our council as well, depending on what the nature of those relationships might be with housing providers. And I would also note that it was only 2 weeks ago that the state government also indicated that affordable and social housing is a priority in their budget. And so it is timely that there may be opportunities for council to work with the state government and deliver these kind of initiatives. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. A seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm pleased to support this resolution. I think it's a shame that it wasn't carried forward as soon as the affordable housing strategy was adopted. Councillors have been banging on for a long time about long-term revenue options for council, and this is clearly one of the best examples of that, where we can actually provide affordable housing for the community, which can either be rented at an affordable rate or potentially, like they do with other councils, can actually be turned into houses which are affordable for sale as well. It's something that I think is very positive, and in my mind, I think I may have said earlier, probably the most important part of the affordable housing strategy. So there's a long-term and a short-term benefit to both the community and to the council itself. And it's a good example of how we can put forward economic initiatives which actually serve the community, diversify our long-term revenue base, and are a win-win for everyone. Essentially, there's no real reason not to support this. This is the kind of stuff that should be looked at once we move beyond the 100-day plan and start to look at long-term options for the improvement of the Central Coast. Furthermore, it would also be an exciting prospect and proposition to move forward on in regards to the employment lands as well. The development of these through the private sector or through collaboration, whether it's we provide some of the servicing and then they can provide the jobs and the long-term industry benefits from that. These are some of the options which can be looked at and will be looked at if you do have elected councillors here, rather than an administrator who comes in, ticks a box and goes, all right, let's go and sell X amount of properties, let's go and sack X amount of people, let's cut back X amount of money. okay, we'll put the rates up now and walk away, and that's the end. So this is a good motion. It's a shame that it couldn't have happened sooner, but it's a good example of a long-term strategy that serves the council and the community, and it starts to address some of those pressing issues like housing stress and housing affordability, which we know are particularly acute on the Central Coast, but also even more so now with more people coming from Sydney and from other areas starting to work out of the benefits that you do have in the regional areas. So I commend the motion to the floor. I encourage other councillors to support it, and I hope that this initiative is successful and taken up whoever's at the top of the decision-making table at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillors, we're using the chat button, and a lot of you are just writing speak, comment, question. If you're speaking for or against, if you wouldn't mind just letting me know so that I can make sure that we follow the rules of debate, and it just helps me. So we've had 2 for. I will go to against. So Councillor Best, are you speaking against? Right, and then I'll come back. Thank you. Councillor Best.
Before I speak against, and that's why I said speak, because I kind of, I wanted to hear from staff a bit. May I ask a question or two of Mr. Loader, and then I'll confirm where I sit. Mr. Loader, you can hear me through the system, correct?
I can, Councillor Best.
Thank you, Mr. Loader. It's great to see that rain outside, Mr. Loader. 7 pumps running, I hear. Well done. And the director and general manager filling the dam while he's doing AGM. Jamie, I feel like I've kind of come back to another planet just then. Did I leave here when we had an economic crisis flooding over our council? Was there a financial economic crisis recently? Do you think we're in that? Are we in that area? A financial economic crisis? Was that last time I was here? That be fair commentary?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm quite sure the question you're asking, Councillor Best.
Are we in a financial economic crisis? Did I hear the word $300 million lost? Was that where we were last time I was here?
We do have a financial
just a small glitch
at the moment, Councillor Best.
Small glitch, and that $300 million economic crisis, that would have very little bearing on discretionary expenditure, would it, Mr. Loader? I mean, you could just spend anywhere you like, couldn't you? I mean, we don't need to worry about, the essentials of the business. We could just spend discretionarily, surely.
Through you, Madam Mayor, obviously all of Council's expenditure at the moment is under review, Councillor Best, while we navigate our way out of this current situation.
So if it's going to be sewage pumps, oxygen mixing, or maybe M2M pump repairs, are they going to take a priority over social housing, do you think, Mr. Loader?
Again, through you, Madam Mayor, Council certainly needs to be prioritising our essential services at this point in time.
Look, Madam Mayor, I quite unwellly, if that's the word, make light of the nonsense that I'm listening to. I mean, when there's a storm upon your vessel, you change the sails. This council just shows again that it has no capacity to steer this ship responsibly. They are again banging on about a noble pursuit, and I'm quite sure there'll be speeches of, well, goodness gracious me, we should be creating homes for everybody. Of course we should be creating homes for everybody, but we're in $300 million worth of debt according to this council's financial mismanagement. And now we're going to go out and mislead those good people and tell them that we've got some kind of affordable housing policy running, which we won't see the light of for a decade, courtesy of this council. And that's the same comments that I made to Councillor Smith, where I champion the environment and have for many, many, many years coming into this council. But understand that if you can't run the business, you can't save the people with no homes, and you can't save the environment if you ain't got the cash. And we don't have the cash. In fact, we've got debt now. We've got debt coming at our ears, and this council is going to sit back and try and trot out some affordable housing. And look, don't please get up and give me a speech that it's a good thing to do. We all get that. We all really get that it's nice to see a woman, that's been thrown out of her home with 2 children under her arms, trying to get a home and a lid over her head. And we can help that person. Who would ever suggest we shouldn't do that? But we don't have any money to do that. We almost had some money when this council was formed, but you guys have burnt the cash, and that lady will now most probably not get a home because of the mismanagement of this council. So take that home with you. And when you kind of, want to come back and do the neoliberal mismanagement and all that rubbish that goes on with a couple of degrees in history, but you're going to lecture us all, just think about the legacy that you've left. This legacy ain't going anywhere. And this is just another cross, another notch in the belt of this council, what we can now not do. This is not just about numbers. This is about people. It's about staff, morale, careers, futures. You have ended this whole future. The next 5 years are basically on hold for everybody. No matter what happens and where we go, there's nothing we can do
Thank you,
discretionary.
Councillor.
I've got 31 seconds.
Well, I've got a point of order.
Could you
from
stop the
Councillor
clock,
Smith.
please? I don't waste my time on councillor, whoever
Thank
it
you.
is.
Look, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did just want to clarify for Councillor Best what the motion
Is it a point of order?
Yeah,
Don't clarify. I don't need your clarity. I've had it 3 years ago. I'm sick of it.
Thank you, Councillor Best.
But under the
It's
code
not
of
a point of
meeting,
order.
under the code of meeting practice, I can clarify a motion if it is to be unclear to you. So I do just could somebody turn his microphone off so that I can speak, please?
Could we shut you down?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify for Councillor Best, what the affordable housing strategy said is that council would identify up to 10 parcels of land in council ownership, and through a range of different strategies, we would then look to utilise that land for affordable or social housing. Now, that was not intended to be at a cost to council. It was intended to be at a favourable relationship with a provider, whether it involves the selling of the land or another kind of relationship that would bring both an economic and a social benefit. So Councillor Best seemed to be not quite clear on what the motion was about or what that affordable housing land proposal means in our affordable housing strategy. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Best. You've got 31 seconds.
Oh, well, again, I'm indebted to Councillor Smith like the rest of the community are, because you've been the architect of most of this loss, and we'll get to that later. The strategy, no matter how you paint it, at the high level we're working at, it is going to cost the ratepayers thousands and thousands of dollars to develop and continue on with a strategy, regardless of what property and fee simples put into it or not put into it. This is now a part of our processes, and they cost money. You just can't keep coming up with plan. I mean, look at the airport plan, $450,000, and you still won't put it on exhibition. Another waste of money.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent, I've got Councillor Vincent, Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Pullen. That's the order I'm going in. Councillor Vincent.
Oh, thanks, Madam Mayor. I was preparing to ask questions, but if I can get to speak for this, then that would be better. Thank you. Look, it's council's role to set strategic direction, and here council is trying to set strategic direction. It's as the board, it's trying to give a view and provide staff with guidance on, and the CEO on what's required. As another example of strategic direction, in the 1920 operational plan and budgetary process, it was put on the public record that strategically this council wanted to be in a strong operational position and have a strong strategic goal of a good cash position. And we wanted to acknowledge ratios of liquidity, debt and cash, which were in concurrence with the local government guidelines. This council, as the board, asked the staff and the general manager to observe those strategic goals and set those strategic directions. So that was put on the record then. Now we are reaffirming and putting on the record our commitment to social housing and affordable housing. And whilst people are losing their jobs with COVID, whilst people are not having any pay increases, whilst people are having difficulty paying their mortgages and paying their rent, there would be no better thing than this council to do than would be to try and progress what would be needed when there is an undersupply of housing in the market and people are being gouged for modest rental properties or modest accommodation. So I don't see any problem with this council setting some strategic direction. Sure, we've got some financial challenges in the future because of some past accounting practices, allegedly dodgy, but some past practices which we need investigated and we need answers for. But We still need to work for our community. We still need to set goals and have directions. While we're on the affordable housing, I must mention Margaret Hagan, who came into the chamber and spoke 3 times. I think it was 2 or 3, took rough questions from councillors, yet kept the chamber on track, kept the chamber honest, wasn't inflammatory, wasn't misleading, but gave really good guidance to the chamber. Now, without prompting too much, that's the sort of person that you would really like to have as an independent on this council. That's the sort of person, the sort of integrity, the sort of information giving that you would like. Not an independent councillor who's just inflammatory, not an independent councillor that's just looking for a headline, not an independent councillor that goes around trying to create issues so they can ride in on a white horse to try and solve issues, just so that they can get a quota at the next election if they're a bit short on votes. So that's what we really need. When it comes to a surplus and when it comes to running employment lands, what we need is, like in the WES, we need reports that were written that said that the WES were better off being used for bulky goods areas, for employment use. And at the moment, some councillors just seem hell-bent on being stuck on an airport, whether it's good for us or not.
Councillor Vincent, you've run out of time, but you did completely go off the motion, which was about affordable housing. So thank you, but you're out of time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, but I was covering things that have been raised in the early delivery of the discussion, which Councillor McGregor had raised and Councillor Best had raised. So I was following the line of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin.
I was going to put an amendment in, but I'll probably speak against it now, because I think whilst I was happy to support it in principle, I'm a bit concerned with some of the comments that have come out from Councillor Vincent and Councillor McGregor. The comments that this would be good for our Warnervale employment lands. I think it's a terrible vision for a council that wants to...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. What's your point of order?
I think Councillor McLaughlin is just totally misquoting me. That I didn't say affordable housing was good in the WES, the employment lands. That's not it at all. It was looking at employment to help the area.
Yeah. So I will, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Vincent did stray, and that's what he was referring to. He wasn't referring to putting housing in the WES.
No,
he just went off on a different tangent.
He actually used the word airport. I've written it down. Councillor Vincent said we're stuck on an airport, and that would obviously imply that we would rather put affordable housing in than the airport. That's what.
I don't believe he was doing that.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor
Vincent. Sorry,
Councillor agrees with me.
Excuse me, Councillor McLaughlin. I have a point of order from Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That wasn't the intent at all, Councillor McLaughlin. So if you want to try and twist it around, had nothing to do with that. It was a follow-on from what Councillor McGregor had said, that we should be looking at affordable housing where it fits, and things like the WES where we can generate employment, we should be looking at that. It was a follow-on from that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vincent. Again, Councillor McLaughlin, I do believe he wasn't referring to putting houses on airports or anything. He did stray over to other things. So please, please just give your debate.
Thank you. I'll go back through the webcast, and I'm sure we'll see the words that the councillors are just stuck on an airport on an affordable matter, on an affordable housing motion. You can apply what you want, but if Councillor McGregor wants to look at employment lands at Warnervale for affordable housing, that's his choice. It certainly wouldn't be my choice.
Sorry, I have another point of order, because again, I believe they didn't actually say that, Councillor McLaughlin, but Councillor McGregor, you've moved. There you are. What's your point of order?
Point of order is that I never said that. I said that we should look at having a similar or suitable strategy to advance the WES, where we could work with the private sector, and we could provide the servicing to allow them to provide the industry and the jobs, which is what the local business chambers and all the regional people have been talking about, and you've done nothing about for 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Again, Councillor McLaughlin, you're taking what they've said out of context. They were not referring to putting affordable housing in the WES or in the airport or on the airport or selling the airport. You're really, really stretching it. You know that they did, tapped around other things, Councillor McLaughlin. Please proceed with your debate.
Thank you. It's I'll go back through the webcast for my
Okay, you can do that.
for my own confirmation. But no, look, I don't disagree with Councillor Smith. There is a shortage of housing. I won't say it's not a noble matter, but I will argue the fact that, as I argued before, that housing is not a core council matter, and this is the problem where we are. This is why we're $300 million in the black, in the red. This council has not concentrated on core issues. We have not concentrated on what we should do. We've gone off and chased federal and state matters from day one, and housing is a state matter, and this is not a core responsibility of council. And Councillor Best is correct to write it. It's time for basics now. It's time to actually get on and do what we can do with the money that we've got. And we can virtue signal all we like. We can actually put this thing up. It is noble and that sort of thing, but it's not a core responsibility of council. So whilst I agree that there is affordable housing, the one thing that I have noticed as a councillor is the community expects us to be the last bastion of opposition to unpopular affordable housing proposals. And we saw that in the McLaughlin Avenue boarding house. The residents came to the councillors, and the feedback they got was, "Sorry, we've adopted affordable housing policy. We're in favour of this. We're in favour of boarding houses. We'll rubber stamp them through." Whereas before that, councils actually stood up to affordable housing. They actually stood up to the unpopular state SEPs that put boarding houses in the side streets and where people have every right to try and uphold their low density housing, and all of a sudden the people in McLaughlin Avenue have 11 units on a site that would probably be lucky to get a duplex. So on that basis, it isn't core council policy, and we don't have any money to do it. And we are virtue signaling. We're not doing anything with this. We're virtue signaling. I won't support it. But I don't disagree that affordable housing is not an issue.
Thanks,
Thank
Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor Pilling, you said you got a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given last week that we were unable to pay wages and that we have over 2,000 staff currently probably completely stressed on whether they're going to be paid each week.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Vincent.
Just a correction, Madam Mayor, but I thought we did pay the staff's wages this week.
Yes,
I thought I heard that we couldn't pay the staff's wages.
No, you're correct, Councillor Vincent. We did pay the staff wages, Councillor Pillen.
No. Let's be straight here. No, we couldn't pay the wages. The government bailed us out, Councillor Vincent. We did not pay the wages. And when we wake up and understand that we don't...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order?
If Councillor Pillen would just like to check with the General Manager on what surplus we're running at the moment, or what cash we have at the moment to pay things, I think you'll find that what you're about to say is very small matter in the whole picture of Council's ability there.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Pillen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's just agree to disagree, Councillor Vincent. Through you, Madam Mayor, my question was to whichever the directors can answer, please. Once again, like every motion that comes up now in this council, Councillor Best said we are in a financial crisis. Every motion that councils are putting up, I believe there needs to be a point in there, and basically to say if the motion to move forward, that it includes that we only proceed once council finances are stabilised and the debt identified and financial management resolved. Can we be assured that there is no cost in regards to this motion, please, given the current financial situation we are in? As Councillor Best and McLaughlin have raised, it is not that we do not want to support this motion around social housing, but we do have to make hard decisions. We cannot just keep spending. Councillor McGregor just said, and we wonder why we're saying we need to bring in an administrator, and I don't believe you have the strength, Councillor McGregor, to make these decisions. You said in regards to selling properties and sacking staff, unfortunately, this is now the unavoidable position that we are now faced with. It's nothing that any of us want to do, but the hard decisions, it appears, cannot be made. So I would ask, please, through you, Madam Mayor, for a director to explain, is there any costs involved so that we can support this? If there's not, if there is, then I think it needs to go on the back burner until we've got the money to pay for it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Pillen, I'm happy to answer that question. In short, I don't believe from reading this notice of motion that there is any additional costs that council will be committed to. As the Deputy Mayor said, she did speak to some of my staff about this, and it's consistent with work that has been developed. So it's more about developing a proposal and running a workshop and then presenting information back to council, which is consistent with the affordable housing strategy and would require a report back to council before any commitment of funds was committed to.
Sorry, Councillor Pullen, you need to unmute.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Vaughan. Respectfully, you're still saying that they would need workshops. Do you consider this motion essential services given the position we are in? Workshops will obviously still cost money. Is this an essential service, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Pillen, yes, that's probably the only thing that would require council laws meeting with the relevant staff. I think all workshops come at some cost, and as the acting CEO said, I mean, it needs to come down to essential services. So, if the workshop is the only thing that's implied there, maybe that could be done via a report back to council or through a briefing.
Would the mover of the motion be prepared to put in an amendment to say that basically that this goes ahead, only proceeds when council finances are stabilised?
Councillor Smith.
Madam Mayor, no, look, I'm not willing to accept that amendment. I think Councillor Pillen's misunderstanding the motion, but no, I won't accept that. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It's not a misunderstanding. It's an understanding of the differences in basically, once again, those who are calling on fiscal management opposed to those who just lead and just think that we have a bottomless pit of money to spend when we don't. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. Councillor Best, I think you've got another question.
I'll put a question to Mr. Loader, if I may, if you would, please. This kitty committee's playing up this evening. Mr. Loader, Jamie, can you hear me? Don't know where you are. I can't find you on my screen.
He's up the right-hand corner.
Okay. If I could ask you, Ms. Vaughan has just outlined, one of your directors, who I did ask some time ago what her budget was, and she couldn't tell me. So I'll ask you, Mr. Loader. Ms. Vaughan just said at some cost. We are $300 million in the red here. And there's going to be a briefing to council. There's going to be a report to council. Now, a briefing to council will require multiple directors at around $250,000 to $300,000 per director to sit in the room for a period of time, talk to councillors, address questions, deal with emails behind the scenes, deal with reports from subordinate staff, bring the document into chambers, into council, then develop a report to council. So, Mr. Loader, what kind of cost is around your executive officers on the sums that we pay them to bring an item into the chamber? I've been around long enough as you have. That's quite a process and an expense attached to it. And I'm not going to let a director get off anymore with telling me there's some cost. I'm sick of it. I've had it, directors. I'm up to my back teeth with it. And that's why we're in the mess we're in. So people are going to start answering questions around this place. So what is it going to damn well cost this council to run that thing through this chamber? Please, with the greatest of respect, as they say.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, I think what Director Vaughan was referring to really with this particular proposal is that this would be, the majority of this work would be included in the existing staff work program. She did indicate that there would be some costs around a workshop, I guess, without any detail around when that would take place.
Sorry, Acting Director, Mr. Loader, I have a point of order from Councillor Smith.
Look, Madam Mayor, my point of order is that under our Code of Meeting Practice, we need to show respect to our staff. And the tone and the language of Councillor Best is entirely inappropriate in the way that he has spoken to our directors. So I would ask that you, you know, advise him that it's not appropriate, doesn't comply with our Code of Meeting Practice. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, well, Madam Mayor, I will unreservedly apologise, and I thank Councillor Smith, the architect of our mess, and I would not dare suggest that councillor staff have engaged in dodgy practices, as was represented about 2 or 3 meetings ago or sessions ago. I don't use the terms of dodgy practices and illegal activities. I'm just saying I've had it with people not telling me, and you have all sat in confidential briefings scathing around
Point
the
of
lack
order,
of
Madam Mayor.
information
Point
that
of
you
order,
have not
Madam Mayor.
received.
Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order?
I didn't say anything, did I?
I think we were
Scathing.
wanting Councillor Best to retract his offensive.
I'm not going to
and
retract it. There's
derogatory-
nothing.
He did apologise.
I
and
did, yes.
and derogatory remarks to staff,
I
threatening
didn't.
staff, and under the Code of Meeting Practice having a major breach. We'd like him to retract that and then keep going with where he was before.
Well, I'll try it
Councillor
again, Madam Mayor.
Best.
I've already, if someone interprets that as that, that's fine, and I'll withdraw that, except that I will not sit back any longer, as this council has, and accept some of the feeble excuses and answers that we've received from staff. I mean, we've received agency hire in the line item in the budget, Madam Mayor, for $9 million of contractors. Why would you write the word agency hire in there if you weren't trying to hide it? This is the kind of stuff that's got to stop. And I'm asking tonight, if we're going to bring a full-blown matter into the chamber and go through the briefing process, the report process, and the behind-the-scenes process, what does that cost while we're in a crisis and we can't pay staff wages? What does it cost?
Thank you, Councillor Best. I think Acting CEO was answering the question.
Yes, he was before I was rudely interrupted. Yes, thank you.
Anyway, thanks, Councillor Best. Sorry, Acting Director.
Best.
Acting CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think where I was heading with that, Councillor Best, was around, I don't think there's any two that are the same in terms of costs and what it costs to bring these matters forward. I think where we're at the moment is really looking at how we prioritise our services and the timing around some of these things, and also in terms of workshops and things like that, other options around delivery, like doing them in work time so we're not incurring staff overtime, and really capturing it within a staff normal work program. Now, as I said before, the work that's a priority for us at the moment is essential services, and that's what our focus is. And the other thing that we're really focusing on at this point in time is getting to a position by January where we're in a more of a balanced budget state. So that's the focus. I note the timeframes on this particular notice of motion, and if it assists, I'm more than happy to come back with another report indicating what the costs may be in association with that notice of motion.
Councillor Best.
Someone has kindly turned it off again. Thank you, Shane. So, Mr. Loader, Jamie, what we might want to think about here is this is not a new question. It's not a challenge. So we might, in our budget, drill down to what chamber time costs. And that's quite a serious point, that if we're going to bring these matters into chamber and councils are going to get a thought bubble and just load it into the agenda, you have a running cost around doing these things so that it drives home to councillors, new and old, for the future and for now. If you're going to bring things along and just say, we need to do this, this is likely to cost $20,000 blindfolded. It'll cost that much to do this. And we should put those numbers together, because this is why we're going down the gurgler. So rather than just do a report, Jamie, go and get a spreadsheet, bring it into the chamber and say, guys, if you want to do this, it's going to cost this much. You want to go to exhibition, it's going to cost this much. You want reports on that, supplementary reports, it's going to cost this much. $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. Chamber time costs money. This room is an expensive room to operate in. And here we are in a financial crisis with no hope of genuinely being able to carry this out, and we're going to spend 10 grand playing around the edges. That's why we're where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We've had 2 for, 2 against. Can we move this on, Councillor Pullen? I know you've got one more question, but is it not repeating? You've already asked financial questions.
Sorry, thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I did just want to clarify through you to the acting CEO. I stated before that, you know, we didn't have the money to pay wages last week, and Councillor Vincent shot me down to say that we did. Can you please explain, did we or did we not apply to the government to receive 6.2 million, or did we, that we weren't in a position to pay wages, or did we actually mislead the minister?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Pillen, no, we were certainly in a position where we were unable to lawfully pay staff wages last week. We did receive our Q2 and Q3 financial assistance grants brought forward from the Office of Local Government, and that obviously enabled us to pay our staff's wages last week.
Thank you, that's very much appreciated.
Okay.
I'm not sure where Councillor Vincent's comments are coming from, quite delusional really.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pillen.
Another reason to go into administration, can I, sorry, I just wanted to ask the acting CEO, just stated then.
Are you referring to the motion, or are you going back on the wages? Because really, I need to bring you back to the motion.
Well, I apologise, Madam Mayor, but the motion comes back to whether we can afford things. It's
what are you doing up there?
Mr. Loader just stated that by January we're focusing on having a more balanced budget. Now, from my understanding, we now need to go out and borrow, I won't say the figure, but millions and millions of dollars from what we were told today. I can't quite understand how we're planning on being in a more balanced budget. Is this based on the fact that it's going to be balanced because we've gone and borrowed all this money, please? Because at the moment, as I said, this comes down to making the hard decisions. I tried
Sorry,
to.
can you ask? Sorry, I'm just, Councillor Pillen, you've asked him a question. Please allow him to make an answer before you keep going on.
Yep, fair enough.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Pillen, no. Short answer is no. It's not to rely on borrowings at all. This is about making those tough decisions, making the structural changes that we need to make as part of the restructure plan. And as I've said many times, nothing is off the table, and we need to absolutely get this organisation back into a position where it's supporting itself. And this point in time, that the plan we're working to, with the assistance of Grant Thornton and others, is to get this organisation back into that position by January.
Madam Mayor, I do appreciate that, Mr. Loader, and that you do understand how important it is that we need to get this improved, and that will involve selling properties. It will involve, unfortunately, letting staff go, and it will involve cutting out the committees that we tried to do that we were.
Councillor Pillen, you're really now stretching it. I think I've given you fair leniency. I'm moving to Councillor Vincent for a question. Thank you. Councillor Vincent, you got a question? And then I'm going to write a reply.
Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor. I've got 3 quick questions. One, they're all to the acting CEO. Mr. Loader, I agree that the state government brought forward funds that they owed us and they would have given us regardless. Apart from that, did council find other funds that they were able to contribute to the current cash account apart from the state government's funds?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the council's cash position is quite fluid, and we do have money coming in on a daily basis. In addition to the money that we received from OLG, we obviously had our normal rates income coming in, and also we received additional reimbursement for works that we'd already paid for through the RMS. So some of those things have obviously contributed to a slightly improved position that we're in right now.
And question 2, I've got one more question after this, but I'm aware of our current cash position, and are you at liberty to share that on the record at the moment? Your best understanding
Again,
of our cash
Councillor
position?
Vincent, you're really asking questions
I
that's
understand
not
this, Madam
relevant to the motion, and you're really
It's relevant to where you are in your position at the moment, in the council's position.
Sorry, Councillor Vincent, can you repeat? Is it?
I'm aware of our cash position from discussions that I had with staff on Friday afternoon, yourself included. Are you at liberty to publicly say what our cash position is?
Councillor Vincent, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent. I've got the figure. I know what that is, and I guess rather than disclose that in the public forum, I'm happy to say that we've got sufficient funds to pay our staff and also priority suppliers.
Third question, very quickly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. If the state had provided us with the, I think it was it $2.8 million that Director Cox, and was that for the entrance and Wamberal? If the state had given us those funds, would we be in a better, which they owe us now, right now, would we be in a better position?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, absolutely. $2.8 million would certainly help us.
And was that 2.8 million just for the entrance, or was that for the entrance and 2.8 for Wamberal? That might have to go to Director Cox.
Yeah, I'll refer that to Director Cox. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Mayor. That's for both, Councillor Vincent.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Smith, right, a reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I will come back to the actual motion and just respond to some of the comments made. So I think one of the councillors said that, you know, affordable housing is not the business of councils. Well, it is, and councils all around New South Wales, all around Australia, in fact, all around the world, trying to facilitate affordable housing, perhaps not building it, perhaps not doing it, but facilitate it definitely. And councils have affordable housing strategy. Central Coast Council is not unique in that. In terms of some of the issues that we've previously had with housing developments, part of our affordable housing strategy, and it was an important part of what we resolved, is that affordable housing does need to be compatible with the surrounding area. And that was an important part of what we got in. So the ideal locations are close to transport, but they also need to meet criteria where there is compatibility with that surrounding environment and blending in with those local neighbourhoods. And I'm talking affordable housing, not just social housing. And Councillor McLaughlin, I know you perhaps use those terms interchangeably. They're not. Affordable housing covers a very broad suite of development. In terms of Councillor Pillen's concerns about the cost of this motion is work that staff are doing as part of their core jobs. A workshop in February. Well, Council hopefully will be having a workshop in February because each year they have a workshop to plan ahead. And if you're worried about the tea and biscuits, we can have it at the Council chambers in Gosford and you can bring your own. So that can address that cost for councillors. But more importantly, it is an opportunity to leverage off the state government to get an economic benefit, whether that be by selling land or other partnerships with housing providers. And again, I will just read from the media 2 weeks ago. The New South Wales government will spend hundreds of millions of dollars on social and affordable housing to help stimulate the economy, despite a $24 billion slump in revenue on the back of the recession. The New South Wales Treasurer, Mr. Perrottet, said one budget priority will be the construction and maintenance of social and affordable housing, which Mr. Perrottet said would create jobs and have a positive impact on society once completed. So this is a win-win activity. Yes, we need to proceed cautiously in terms of council's finances, but the net result is a benefit. And so thank you for those councillors that support the motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillors, I'll therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Mertens, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Smith, Councillor Sundstrom. All those against? Councillor Burke, Councillor Best, Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin. Abstentions? Councillor Greenway, the motion is still carried. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to deferred item 5.3. which is the notice of motion leveraging jobs hub offer 250 mil state government rail at Kangiangi. I believe, Councillor Hostin, you've called it, but it is in the name of Bester McLaughlin and Bester McLaughlin. So who's moving it? Councillor Best, thank you. Seconding by Councillor McLaughlin. Do you want to open debate or do you want to hear?
If the evening's getting long, if Councillor Holstein has a question or anything,
Councillor
I'm happy
Holstein?
to digest it.
Are you moving? Oh, okay.
I'll move as is, but I'll just give the option.
Thank you.
Yeah. All I was seeking for is Councillor Best to give a bit of background, if we can keep it short and sweet, on his rationale. So that's.
Oh, okay, Chris, I'm happy to do that.
So he's happy to open debate.
If we can keep it to the facts and keep the emotions out of it, and just go over the points. That's all I was seeking, an understanding and giving you time to put it forward. But the debate this evening so far has gone off on so many tangents.
Oh, I think they're a bit harsh there, Chris. I mean, come on, we're in financial economic Armageddon, and we're going on about
Councillor Best, can you just stick
February
to
reports?
I'll rest my case.
Thank you. Well, that's the truth of it. So, look, Madam Mayor, I put this on some time ago, and proceedings have kind of moved beyond. What I'm suggesting here is that we've got, as any councillor drives through the Kangi Valley would see, that we've got an extraordinary investment by the state government, and hats off to the state government for selecting the Central Coast to invest the best part of $300 million. And when you go and look at the engineering, it's staggering. When you talk to the CEO who developed it, which I've taken time to do, the background in there, the engineering, the clientele that's in there, the corporations that are in there, Mitsubishi's in there, a whole lot of really big names are in there. I'm not suggesting, we're going to, not that cleaning jobs aren't important, but I'm not suggesting we're going to be creating rail cleaning jobs alone. But there's some really high level technology opportunities in the rail infrastructure that could come off the back of this facility. Council owns lands in those areas. There are a whole lot of other lands there. And I've spoken to Mr. Ricardo, Mr. Montello on this, and to his credit and his department's credit, they're already thinking down this path. And what we're doing here is ratifying that thinking and partnering with the council staff. I mean, we had Jamie Barclay working, he and his team, they worked their backsides off to develop the similar plan at the airport, only for this council to completely and utterly scuttle it and bewilder them and morale destroy in the council, not to mention the dollars we lost by trashing the contracts at the airport. So this is a bit of a test for the council, because this was written before, Mr. Murphy single-handedly discovered that, his council was melting around him. I wrote this, so this council's got a chance, and many councillors are going, well, what are we going to do? How can we create some other income streams? Goodness gracious me, surely we can find another way just than taxing the ratepayers and putting the rates up as we do. Well, here's your chance, councillors, here's your chance. And look, Wyong Council worked very hard to establish this and draw in from all the other regions an opportunity to bring together something that's cutting edge as this. So I reckon we should take a hats off to the former Wyong Council for what it's done. I mean, this council's, created a $300 million legacy for the next 10 years, but Wyong Council, it finished at $14 million in the black. So it can't be too bad after that. There are some significant partnerships with organisations like the RDA that I think we can grow on, and I think Mr. Loader and his team could make some recommendations along with Ricardo, Mr. Montello, about how council might want to go forward with this. This is one of those areas that, we can really leverage and generate jobs. And look, I know, Mayor Smith, you came here and you led the charge to shut this down and I think, give people a false sense of hope that you could do something about it. But quite frankly, there was nothing. You knew it was a state issue and there's nothing you could do about it, but you still went down that path. So look, councillors, here's your chance, here's jobs, here's economics, here's your opportunity.
Thanks, Councillor Best. Councillor McLaughlin. Oh, where are you? There. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'm happy to support this. I think we've got a great new industry that brought into the coast there. I mean, I call it Kangi angry. We saw a lot of negative feedback on the project, and look, I can understand from the residents' point of view next door to that. I have every sympathy for having such a large project put beside them. But it was a state government thing. But when they came in and gave us the briefing on it and gave us their rationale behind it as to why they ended up on that site and how they were not prepared to take the Darkinjung through to to take their land off them by the courts, and how the Wyong Council didn't want to lose their Wes land as well, and how this was put up as an alternate site with a clear run and no court actions. It was a sensible, smart move, both from Wyong Council and the State Rail. They were on a time limit, and I think the public don't understand that. They think that the Warrnambool site was the best site, and this was the second best site. But there were reasons why. There were rational, economic, and time reasons why they went down to Kangangi. And then they told the public, then they told us in the briefings, this is what the people don't see. They told us in the briefings the majority of that site was 1 in 100 year flood free. Everyone thought it was floodplain land and they filled it all up. But the actual site, the majority of it is actually flood free. And it's got retention basins and it's designed not to add to the floodplain. Now I understand Councillor Greenaway is kind of holding to that. We've got a flood report coming in. I think it's about $15,000 to double check those plans, and let's hope that Rail's right and Councillor Greenway's wrong, and we don't have to do any more works. But I think it's there. It's not going to go away. I wouldn't like to see what's happened with the ATO building in Gosford. There was a festering
Sorry,
sore.
Councillor McLaughlin, I've got a point of order from Councillor Green. What's your point of order, Councillor Greenaway?
Just the code of meeting practice provides to clarify something when councillors seem to be misunderstanding, and he's made some bizarre suggestion along the lines of
Clarity or
something that I was proposing to do with the flood, or hoping that a floodplain study would produce or something. All it was a floodplain study to look at what the actual risks are now that the facility has been built. So that's what it was, Councillor McLaughlin. It would be appreciated if you could follow the debate.
I was actually commending you for your actions to actually hold them to account. It wasn't a negative comment at all. But I do support what Councillor Best has said. We should try and leverage off it. There's not much industry on the coast to try and do something. If we've got land, if we can actually rezone something, if we can invite industries to the coast, not pay them to go away like we did up the airport, not pay out millions of dollars to send some company away, but actually invite some industry to the coast, then I think as a council we have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Councillor McGregor, you wish to speak against?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I wish to speak against this. I will be very brief. This is just a complete and utter joke and a waste of time that this motion's even in this business paper and that we're talking about this now. We have far more prescient issues to deal with. If you look at the resolution, it's not actually really seeking to achieve anything. It's not one of those things that has action points. I'm not going to sit here and ask 35 questions about how much it costs for a staff member to pick up a piece of paper in Wyong Chambers as opposed to Gosford Chambers. Councillors and the community, just see through this for what it is. It's the usual grandstanding and pretend you're fixing every problem in the world while actually doing nothing, and then at the same time throwing rocks and complaining about the Labor Party. It's just not really relevant to the situation now. It just needs to be voted down and we need to move on so we can actually deal with the real issues on the agenda item than thought bubbles like this, which achieve nothing for the community and just seek to waste important chamber time, which apparently costs a lot of money.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll speak against the motion, but I'm still unsure whether I'm going to vote against it or abstain on this one. But I should share what I understand of it. When it comes to the Kangangi site and the rail, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, it's not so much that people didn't agree with jobs coming into the area or a large infrastructure investment. That's what we need, but you want to do that in the right place. And there were other places where this could have gone, yet people stubbornly, I can't think of a better word at the moment, but pushed to have it go into Kangangi there for some reason. Whether it opened up those lands or it made that land value increase, or I'm not sure. But there were other sites that were more suitable that did not flood. And to go and put a large rail infrastructure in an area that is in a sensitive environmental area that floods regularly,
and that could possibly exacerbate the flooding issues around local areas, maybe Chittaway, maybe in the lake and stuff, is, in my view, why would you do that? It's a bit like when you built the art house. And sure, an art house was good and we needed that, but the site that was picked didn't have any parking, had major flooding issues, could not be expanded. And once you spent the $20 million of ratepayers Section 62 money in that area, you were constrained, you were confined. And if you were going to manage the flooding, you were going to have to spend large money on infrastructure upgrades to the drainage in the area. If you're going to have parking, you've got to go and spend a huge amount of money getting parking because people can't park for matinee shows at the art house. So it's not about whether we have it, it's where we have it and what's the best spend of the ratepayers' money. Likewise with the airport. There are reports out that staff released saying that the airport was not the best use of ratepayers' money to go into that Wes area. If you want income generation, if you want jobs, there are staff reports there which show there are other avenues which are better use. Now, Councillor Best and Councillor Eaton put up a motion in about 2008, 2010, asking for the sale of the airport. I don't give them much credit ever really, but they had that right then. So why now they've done a total backflip and they are pushing for and I can't say quite where it ends up, but for possibly a Type 2 airport that could possibly have jet aircraft flying over 30 to 40,000 people in the city of Warnervale is beyond me. When they well know that they put forward motions to sell that airport and they well know that there are reports there which show that an airport is not the best use in the Wes area. So therefore I'm speaking against your motion.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. I have Councillor Greenaway. Next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a question for the staff if they could advise around the, was it the biobanking or something? Where's that up to with that project? Do we know?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Greenaway, negotiations are still being finalised.
Still being finalised. When was it built again? When was it finished?
I think the facility opened a few months ago.
Okay. If I could just speak briefly, Madam Mayor.
Sure, Councillor Greenaway.
I just want to say that the community was devastated by the use of this land for this facility. Clearly, everyone welcomes jobs and industry on the coast, but this particular land was not one of the original parcels that was identified. I think the original specs were for properties north of Wyong from memory. I could stand corrected on that. So it came as somewhat of a shock to these people, to the general community, when Kangiangi was somehow, as I remember it being described, popped to the top of the list. So I really think this is a bit of a poke in the eye to those people, just to say, oh, what a wonderful thing that is. I mean, people drive past that every day and that is not what they're thinking, or not, at least that's not the feedback I've been getting. So I do think that this is a bit of a nothing motion other than another attempt to grandstand, and it's just a demoralising thing to have to tolerate week after week after week after week after week.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. I have Councillor Best, and then I believe I can go to you, Councillor Best, for right of reply.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'd like to thank those councillors for their positive contribution. If I may ask for you, Madam Mayor, to Ricardo, to Mr. Montello. Ricardo, can you hear me okay? In this thought bubble that I've created here for grandstanding purposes alone, I had some rather extensive conversations with yourself and some members of the RDA as well in developing this resolution. And you, to your credit, outlined to me that this is certainly something that that staff see as a significant economic driver and opportunity going forward. I mean, it's big strategic planning stuff, but it's on the ground. There it is. We can argue about where it should or shouldn't be, but it's there now. So Ricardo, your team, what's your team? How does your team professionally see a leverage opportunity with this going forward with the RDA and the state?
To you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your question, Councillor Best.
Thank you.
Look, notwithstanding the history of how this location and this investment took place, it's there now and it's quite significant. And besides the direct employment opportunities that an investment like this generates, there's a number of indirect jobs and investment that follow through wherever something like this establishes itself. So the opportunity as we see it is to understand what needs are not being met currently locally through a business like this, be it through maintenance, manufacturing, supply chains, etc., and understand what we can seek to provide locally. So it's an opportunity to add value to an investment that's already been made just by understanding what other industries may be co-located or brought in to support the this operation.
You see it as a significant jobs opportunity? Other than its current 250 that's going to be on the ground, with the peripheral support organisations, you know, technology, telemetry, you know, engineering, wheels, rolling stock, the whole lot.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'm not familiar with the ins and outs of this particular development, but anything of this magnitude will surely attract additional investment and additional employment and economic development opportunities, particularly if we work with other economic agents in our region.
Yeah, thank you, Ricardo. May I reply to the Madam Mayor?
Sorry, I have got a question. So are you okay? I'll let the question, then you can do right a reply. Thank you, Councillor Smith. There you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Martello. Mr. Martello, can you put a cost on this motion, please? I mean, we have been quite concerned about putting up motions that have a cost to council. So what would be the cost of implementing or progressing this motion at this point in time?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I cannot put an exact finger on a dollar amount for implementing such action. However, I do note that you know, this would incur costs from business as usual activities. As you know, the economic development team has set out to support business development in our region. So what they have been doing is trying to identify opportunities to provide employment and investment attraction for the region. The action that's being requested in this motion is for a report to be provided, providing preliminary advice and possible direction for council to consider. So I don't expect it to be a significant cost. I expect it to be somewhat minimal.
Thank you. And follow up, Madam Mayor, through you. So, Mr. Martello, was this identified in the economic development strategy?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry, Madam Mayor, and answering your question, Deputy Mayor, this item was not specifically singled out in the economic development strategy. This motion was brought to us by a councillor.
So, Madam Mayor, just to follow up again, so Mr. Martello, it wasn't identified in the economic development strategy. Were staff already working on this, or is this something new from Councillor Best?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, this is entirely new. This is not something that council staff had been working on specific to the Kangiangi facility. However, council staff, as you are aware, have been working on opportunities to provide employment and economic development opportunities in the region.
All right, and it's your understanding that Councillor Best's motion specifically relates to the environmentally sensitive land that is around the Kangiangi site. Is that your understanding of what this motion is asking?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't believe the motion is specific or that it points to any particular area. What I see there is an opportunity to leverage off existing industrial areas in the vicinity, including in Berkeley Vale, in Lisa Row and other areas, as well as more broadly across the Central Coast region.
Thank you, Mr. Martello.
Sorry, Councillor Best, I appreciate I did give you a right reply. I just have one further question. Mr. Martello, look, there has been councillors in this chamber often quoting a report costs about $10,000. Would you say that that's a figure that this report may in fact cost? Or, like, I mean, you keep saying you're not sure it won't be substantial, but right now we're saving money. So is $10,000?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in response to your question, I think the acting CEO said it best that each of these, you can't have a general figure for all reports. Each takes a different amount of work and a different amount of investigation. I'm not familiar with the figure that you've quoted as a general cost for producing a report.
Okay,
I don't know the answer, essentially.
Unknown cost. Okay, thank you. Councillor Best, write a reply.
Well, thank you, councillors, again for your courageous observations. I mean, I've sat here and listened to this, and look, thank you, Ricardo. You and I had a good conversation around it, and I think, given the chance, your team will actually go extremely well. We need a new council, but you be patient. To Mr. Diva from the Erina Chamber, he spoke on this a while ago. He sees the value of it. And John Moylan from the RDA, who I also consulted with, he sees significant value in it. And to the project CEO I spoke to, again, they see extraordinary CEO. But I see from Councillor McGregor, he'll be speaking briefly. That took 3 minutes. What a total joke, a throwing of rocks, vote it down, a waste of time. Doug Vincent, history lesson, not whether we have it, where it is. It's already built, Doug. It's a bit late, mate. So, the questions of Councillor Smith, big implication of, well, we're going to destroy the environment again. Well, Councillor Smith, I believe, I'll say it again, after running this council into financial Armageddon, we've got no money to buy any COSLANDs, to fix anything, to pay any land care group, to do anything. And that's your legacy when you go. So thank you. So what's the story with this? The lands, we've got all that property through Enterprise Drive, which is currently buildings sitting there with factories on them. We could leverage off those, re-identify them, and encourage and invite people to come to the region that have some synergies with the rail facility. Councils, you have a $300 million state-of-the-art cutting-edge rail intensity facility sitting in your backyard. And we're going to say, well, gee, Greg, it's going to cost a few $1,000 to get a report. We won't do it. And yet only in so many briefings you've asked, how else can we leverage to get economic growth? How can we value add our land? My goodness, we've got land in there and we could actually turn it into something on the rail hub exercise, value add it and sell it for a bit of a profit. Wouldn't that be shocking? I mean, that would be kind of pretty bad. But we've got all this negativity pouring out. Here you are in economic crisis. Like we say 300 million as though like the numbers becoming to desensitize. This will go on for a decade, councillors, and it's on your watch. It's on my watch. We are all responsible. You have an opportunity sitting here. You squandered the opportunity at the airport. You tore up contracts. You came in with political prejudices and shut the damn thing down. And look, Councillor Vincent, you keep saying that, all these things about Councillor Best did this and Councillor Best did that. Councillor Best did vote for the amalgamation because if it was run damn properly, it would be a real boost to everything. But it's been run shockingly. It's been run into the ground, as we can see. It's not the amalgamation that's the problem. It's the management. The same with the airport. I mean, well, if you're so brave about the airport, Councillor Vincent, you put a motion up. Put a motion up to sell the damn thing and see how that goes.
Thanks, Councillor Best. Councillors, I'll now put the motion as moved by Councillor Best, seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Holstein, Councillor Burke, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Pillen. All those against? Councillor Matthews, Councillor Mertens, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Smith.
Division, Madam Mayor, division.
Hang on, let me get to abstentions first. Abstentions. Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Sundstrom. So now I believe the motion is carried.
Oh, is it?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, abstain is a vote of no. So
That's
sorry, it's
my bad.
lost. Yeah, that's mine on me.
Well, could I Please.
Do you still want to?
Yes, I would. I just like a division on people voting down employment opportunities in a crisis. Thank you. A division. Thank you.
Okay. All those for the motion: Councillor Holstein, Councillor Burke, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Pillen. All those against?
Those against jobs?
Councillor Matthews, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Smith, Councillor Greenaway. Any abstentions? Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Smith. Therefore, Councillor Greenaway, point of order. I'm just doing.
Sorry, just that Councillor Best called out those voting against jobs just as we were raising our hands, and I just wanted it noted for the record that we weren't voting against jobs.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. The motion is lost for the second count. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, moving on to item 5.4, deferred item notice of motion trade-led COVID recovery for the Central Coast. We have in the names of McLaughlin and Best. Are you moving that, Councillor McLaughlin? Yep, and Councillor Best. Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you. This was once again same as Kangi. It was penned before our financial crisis, but we were told that we were in a deficit and we're in COVID and we've got to try and produce some employment and that sort of thing. Now, this was actually raised in the economic development meeting, and one of the reasons I brought it to the council was in the economic development meeting, this was brought up by one of the members of the community, what council could actually do to try and stimulate some jobs and fast track things and get out of the way, cut some red tape. This was put up by the community in the Economic Development Committee. But once again, in that committee over the years, it's been shared by the deputy mayor. She shot this down. She didn't like it. I asked her, could we bring it up to the council, and she said no. And a lot of times that's happened in that economic development committee meeting, at one stage it got a bit heated. We saw an overview of the airport, and Councillor Smith tried to shut that debate down after a presentation from the staff. So I think I had no option now but to bring this up to the chamber, and I do think I saw a video from Gary Murphy on site with the business community, and Gary's words were, council should get out of the way, cut the red tape and try and get things going. So one thing we can do, and one thing governments do well, is when they want to get something going, they start to fast track it. I don't say you don't avoid your governance. Not all DAs can be fast tracked, but the Zenith building at Tuggerah, was approved in 7 days. I want to say that again. The Zenith building at Tuggerah, that major industrial commercial building in Tuggerah, was approved by Bob Butt under Wong Shire Council within 7 days. So they can do things if they want to do it. And I think our trades are our second largest industry on the coast, and when the hammers swing, the coast sings. That's the old saying. So I would actually ask council to have a good look at this, see what we can do to try and stimulate some work with our trades and try and have a COVID-led recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I have Councillor Best.
Thank you, Lisa. Can I ask through you to Mr. Cox, is he still there? What's the time? Oh no, it's past their bedtime. Are the directors still there?
It's 11 o'clock. I think they're still there. I can see their faces.
I can't, but anyway. Scott, can you hear me? Mr. Cox?
He can hear you. He's nodding.
He's nodding. I might go down the screen and see if I can
find
him.
How come you can't see anybody?
Because there's a line down the screen, only on an iPad here, and it's a small line. Oh, there he is down the bottom. He's come back to life. Here we go. It's all right. Hi, Scott. How you doing? It's like the Brady
Councillor
bunch.
Best.
You got to look down the bottom there. Look, this is not super new. We've had this discussion over the years, but I think it's worth investigating. And I don't want to put you on the spot too much, Scott. And the planning machinery is so complicated. But do you think there is there are some gains that we could conceivably bring to the table here to do what Councillor McLaughlin's genuinely putting on the table? Do you think there's some merit here, Scott, if we resourced you and helped you?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, I don't think it's purely resourcing as well. As you appreciate, the planning system is just it's complex and it's getting probably more and more complex. There are some efficiencies that could be gained, and I suppose in terms of the Central Coast region, one of the I suppose the faults of the team have been to work with developers for a long period of time to get matters to a point where they could be recommended for approval. That takes time to get those applications to a point. In terms of efficiency, it could be the approach that, well, we deal with those applications quicker by perhaps making a quicker determination, which could be a refusal, so that we could focus on the better application. So there's a whole range of things, you know. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But also because we had a lot of applications, particularly under the Gosford LEP that had the bonus provisions, that if they were refused, they would lose those opportunities. So a lot of time spent on those. A lot of those have been dealt with now, so we can focus on other applications. But I do say that we do focus on particularly a lot of the subdivisions, particularly up in the north, because they are job creators. It's not just the sale of the land, it's the house that comes next, and then you've got the furniture sales that go that flow on from that multiplier effect. I think there's an education piece with a lot of the development industry in terms of the expectations for applications. So it's a whole range of things to get those 1%ers to get a quicker outcome. And also, too, a lot of the sites on the Central Coast are challenging sites. Whether it's flood, threatened species,
coastal,
and community consultation, a whole range of expectations. Yeah, coastal hazards, a whole range of things. It's a complex mix. It's probably not so much like parts of Western Sydney where it's a lot of just old farmland. Whilst they do have their challenges, the Central Coast is quite unique in a lot of its challenges.
So, I didn't expect a definitive answer from you. I've been here for too long to know that, Scott. Well done. So, in all seriousness, I mean, Councillor McLaughlin's put forward, I think, something that's got merit for us to consider. But you're the technocrat here. Is there, as the board, can if we give you this motion, can you go away and spin some of this straw into gold for us if you had your wish list? I mean, this is about economic drivers, jobs.
Through you, Councillor Best, is that having regard to the current financial crisis in terms of resourcing costs money?
Absolutely.
I don't think the council would be in a position to put on more development assessment offers at this point in time. Whether or not you would get a significant, at anything. If you throw resources at something, of course you're going to get a greater outcome, but it might not be the most efficient way forward. And as I said, we can't disregard the current financial situation and just, where is the money going to come from to pay for, extra bodies if that was the will of the councillors.
As you say, we could get ruthless and get rid of some of the more ambient claims and just, instead of them come whinging to us, well, sorry, you've put in a ridiculous application, you're not going to get the light of day, and you get on with the serious stuff.
Correct. That's one of many options, yeah. And yeah.
So if you come at this from multiple ends, there might be some fruit. But
that's right.
But it's not easy pickings. I hear you.
It's the 1%ers. Chip a little bit away at a lot, and you may get the efficiency gains over time.
Well, I have enough faith in your department that if we give you an opportunity, you might just take it and help us. So I thank you, and I support this, Madam Mayor. I think it's worth the light of day in the mess we're in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just listening to Mr. Cox and Councillor Best speak, I was wondering, Councillor McLaughlin, if you'd consider just changing in point 5. Mr. Cox really highlighted that it wasn't just about approvals, it was about assessments in order to progress things. So instead of fast tracking of DA approvals, whether we could just say DA assessments, and similarly in that last sentence, in order to reduce DA assessment turnaround times. Are you That seemed to be what Mr. Cox was, you know,
I think we've got a
highlighting.
thumbs up. We've got a thumbs up from the mover and the seconder, second thumbs up.
All
So
right,
we
thank you,
can
Madam
change
Mayor.
that.
So I will just speak to it as well, and I did just want to clarify some points. You know, Councillor McLaughlin indicated that he had raised this at the economic development strategy, and I did just want to clarify for our community that that is not quite correct. Councillor McLaughlin at the economic development committee wanted to push particular proposals, and really as chair, and in terms of our good governance, in terms of our probity, it's really not appropriate for any councillor, and with respect to Councillor McLaughlin, especially a real estate agent, to come into a room and indicate that he wants to push particular proposals. I think this motion is much better. It talks about a process rather than individual proposals, but I do understand, you know, really good governance and probity is part of the core business of council. When those systems break down, you know, we do end up with problems like financial problems, like other problems. And I appreciate Councillor McLaughlin has good intentions, but I know we've seen him come to the chamber and want council to make a decision to give $10 million to one of his business associates, or, you know, put money into a project that's a pet project of his, or come to a committee and say that we should push particular development proposals that he thinks would be advantageous. And I understand perhaps that's a lack of understanding, but it's really important that these things...
Sorry, Councillor Smith, I got a point of order from Councillor Best.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Best, you were on unmute. I don't know what happened.
You've given me the button now. Thank you. You're right. I've been given a lot, but got the button now. Councillor Smith, I think, is very unhelpful and highly unprofessional to suggest that council, and it's not more than suggest, she actually said that Councillor McLaughlin's come into here
Point of order,
pushing
Madam Mayor.
10 million. I haven't finished my point of order. Pushing $10 million developments for his business associates. They were the words.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank
well,
you.
Off you go.
Councillor Vincent, what's your point of order on his point
You've got
of
to
order?
rule on the first one first.
There were three. I had three.
Oh, God bless you, Doug.
I wish I could remember the word. Maybe you could help me, Councillor Best.
Oh, I'm sure it starts with and ends with what?
You called Councillor Smith, was it
unhelpful,
unprofessional?
unprofessional.
No, unprofessional. I believe, Councillor Best, you're putting dispersions of disrepute on Councillor
What's that?
Smith's,
say that again. Play it again, Sam.
Dispersions of disrepute.
Nasturtiums. I'm casting nasturtiums on her.
Oh, go on. Okay. Anyhow, you under the code of meeting practice, you can't defame or draw somebody. You can't. I believe you can't be saying that, and I'd like you to withdraw it about.
Well, you can
Councillor
believe
Smith.
all you like. You can believe in fairies at the bottom of the garden. Madam Mayor, my point of order was that Councillor Smith was being very unhelpful and unprofessional in calling Councillor McLaughlin to account, suggesting that he, and the words were that he had brought in and pushed developments of $10 million for his business associates or mates. And that is just so far beyond the pale.
Well, actually, sorry, Councillor Best, I'm going to say we weren't in the room. If that's Councillor Smith's recollection of events, I wasn't there.
Madam Mayor, if I could just clarify, and I hope I wasn't trying to misrepresent anything. I was really representing a factual matter, and I'm sure there's a recording of the meeting. And like I said, I think Councillor McLaughlin perhaps, didn't fully comprehend how that might be perceived. And, I mean, it's recorded, Councillor Best, if you go back in Old Sydney Town, I think Councillor McLaughlin wanted council to contribute $10 million. And at the same time, he indicated that at a future time, he may have an interest in investing in that proposal. So it's on the public record. It didn't go anywhere. And so I don't want to misrepresent Councillor McLaughlin. What I'm saying is that collectively, we all need to be very careful about how we put forward some of these proposals. We need to focus on process, not about particular projects. And so I am pleased to actually support this motion because it is about process. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Greeno, you did put a question in the chat button. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted some indication of where it says including allocating additional resources in paragraph 5, what that might look like. Because we've just been berated about spending any more money.
Sure. Mr. Cox? It's in relation to the costs again in part 5. We're trying to be prudent with cash. So questions were asked of Mr. Martello in the last notice of motion. So where are you at with cost? Is additional resourcing, what kind of cost will that be to the council when we're trying to be saving money and doing essential services only?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I suppose it would relate back to my question to Councillor Best, was what those types of resources are. If they were human resources, then there'd be a cost of approximately $100,000 per extra human resource, and the organisation is not in a position to be allocating those types of resources at this point in time. Again, it's an open-ended, resources is open-ended. It would depend on what those resources are. It's a matter for my team to go and have a look, you know, if what resources are required, if any, at this point in time. But my response earlier was looking at how we can become more efficient with the resources we have at in this current climate.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Am I right, Councillor McGregor? Are you still wanting to speak? Oh, I can't even see where you are. There you are. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I'm going to speak against this. We're constantly reminded that council deals with roads, rates and rubbish, and this is the rubbish that we have to deal with. Seriously, this is pathetic. This resolution, if you look at what's the substance of it, this is the politics that everyone apparently has got such a, you know, big problem with being played out. The same politics of, oh, Labor's against jobs, Liberals are for jobs, how dare you vote against this? Well, let's actually look at what I am voting against, because this is actually going to stop jobs in the construction industry, and it's going to stop jobs in the planning industry. That's really all this is. And you can point your middle finger at me all you like through the guise of trying to adjust your glasses, but we all know what you're really doing, just the usual passive aggressive behaviour we're subject to and harassment. If you look at point 1, it's a statement, means nothing. You look at point 2, it's a statement, it means nothing. Just because you're fast tracking the approval of DAs, which could be controversial, non-compliant, or not have the right paperwork put through, that doesn't actually bring a tradie-led recovery. Look at all the holes in the ground. Look when you drive to Chambers, that great big hole in the ground that's been there for 20 odd years, where you've had things approved and the jobs don't come. Just because a DA gets approved, it doesn't mean the jobs come. You talk about the contributions. Well, a lot of the time the contributions actually come at the end rather than at the start. And you've had councils in the state government incessantly reducing the contributions, which would probably lead to some of the issues that are there with restricted funds and other things like that. Number 3 is pure speculation, not based on any fact, not based on any real estimation. Number 4, sounds good. What does it actually mean? When this was actually discussed with the externals and at the 100-day plan thing, we were told that there had been previous plans where developers could bring money in and pay to get their developments assessed sooner, and that in the words of one of the individuals there, that could be seen to amount to sort of a brown paper bag situation. And this still is on the business paper and in front of us after the people who turned up to that were warned about that. So you're talking about special kickbacks and concessions for potentially special developers to get their stuff approved, no jobs coming through. There's extra pressure on the planning staff, whether it's DPI or whether it's our staff who do most of the stuff for DPI anyway. If we are going to have to put in additional human resources in the planning department, it's a minimum of $100,000 per person. So if all of a sudden we've got to approve all these things quickly, there's that issue. Like the director said, the faster you try and go through things, you're more likely to end up with rejections rather than approvals, like when you've got way stations coming in that don't have roads in front of them or way bridges, and they expect to continue operating and get their DA just ticked and approved, even though they're not even remotely complying with any of the things. This is a red herring. It's a ruse. It's the typical rubbish we always deal with. Voting for or against this is not going to change the situation on the Central Coast with jobs. Making legitimate decisions and putting up legitimate motions through the consultation with staff to support our planning staff and better planning outcomes for our community is more likely to do this. It's not going to bring a single job. It's just another slogan and lack of substance. Can we just get on to the things that we're supposed to be dealing with rather than these stupid obfuscations and red herrings every time?
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Vincent, you got a question?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I've got a question and then I'd like to speak on this as well. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Cox, and I thank Director Cox for your thoughts and guidance. My main question, sorry, I've just got my phone buzzing, is there any possibility to reduce DA times without compromising due process and without subjugating the notification process or the objection process? Could you find efficiencies there to turn DAs around a little bit quicker?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's always opportunity in terms of the referral process, whether that be a referral to the state government for commentary or whether it be referrals to internal departments within council. That's one area where I think there's improvement for efficiencies. The establishment of the planning portal through the state government was to try and fast track a lot of those state government referrals as well. In terms of their responses. And the other approach, which I mentioned previously, was that, you know, rather than giving an applicant 4 or 5 opportunities, 3 or 4 opportunities to get the, you know, the right information and design right before it could be deemed appropriate for a determination or approval, perhaps that's, you know, a one chance type thing scenario. So they're the types of efficiencies where you could add put in place, and there you get more time to focus on the better applications to get them approved or determined a lot quicker. Without using those 2 processes, you don't compromise any community consultation or engagement.
Thank you for that. And if not 5, but maybe 1 or 2 chances to provide the information that you want. If you did identify that you were resource constrained and that a backlog was arising, if you did put on more staff, which would be extra cost, could you see that if you had a chance to look at it, there may be a business case that if you had additional staff and you could approve appropriate development in appropriate area, which met our SEPs and our planning controls, that you could have a greater turnover of approvals and possibly some more economic activity? Which would lead to more DA contributions and more rates to council income.
It's a hard one to answer, Councillor Vincent, because I mean it depends on the type of application coming in as well, too.
Okay, all right, thank you. Look, with the information I have, Madam Mayor, I'll support this motion and I'll speak for it. I'm certainly not looking for any open slather, and I'm not looking for any sweetheart deal for DAs, and I'm not looking for any usurping or inappropriate development approved in inappropriate areas. But if council can play its role as a decision-making approval body, and if we can approve development that's in the right place at the right time with the right contributions, then I think at the moment, while we're in COVID, for us to do that and to try and help with some sort of economic recovery, for us to help stimulate the local economy and have jobs generated on the Central Coast isn't such a bad idea. The thing we need to be careful of is that we're not taking shortcuts. We're not compromising people who already have houses or buildings or land, and we're not just rubber stamping or ticking inappropriate development in inappropriate areas and putting negative externalities onto others that are expecting their land or their lifestyle to be protected and the environment protected in approving developments. For example, we've seen in some residential areas, Buff Point being one of them, where under a state SEP, we had one block of land with 5 3-bedroom buildings approved under a state SEP. The community was outraged. They didn't want this approved. They came into the chamber when the administrator was there, when we were under administration, and said this will not work. There isn't even enough room for the garbage bins to go out the front of this property. Not only that, we've got
flooding issues in that street. Not only that, we had other services and businesses running in that street, which would be highly affected. Yet the administrators seem to think that was worth approving and okay. But if our staff, without usurping our planning roles like we are, where we're giving up planning and just handing it over to the state, which is what local government really needs to do in its area, if the staff can find ways to make it quicker and approve things that are the right thing in the right place, I'm happy to support them. And as Councillor McLaughlin said, investigate that and look at that. And if there's a business case that a resource allocation or a resource constraint because we're having trouble with the level or processing, if we had another staff member or two, if there was a business case there that would help us achieve more DA contributions or additional rates through additional development going in, then I don't think that's a bad thing. And if we gave some more jobs on the coast, if we had some more building, if we got over this undersupply of housing that we've got, the supply and demand imbalance of housing, and that's why our rent's so dear, if we had some more roofs for people and people weren't having to pay so much for the limited stock, that would be a good thing also. So I'm quite happy for it to be investigated.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. I believe I have a question from Councillor Greenaway. No. Councillor Sundstrom? No. I'll just check my... Nope, it looks like I've got right a reply for Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent and Councillor Best, both long-term experienced councillors. You do get it. You do get where I'm coming from. I understand Councillor McGregor's views on things, but on this one, there's a genuine request from me to the staff to try and help. I just want to clarify Councillor Smith's comments where I didn't make a point of order because I knew I had a right of reply. We do butt heads in the economic development meeting, and with the greatest respect, I respect her professionalism and her tenacity. But I just want to make a point. I didn't walk in there to try and create sites that I wanted to do. My point was, could council identify, say, a list of sites that we could fast track and try and develop? Was my suggestion in the meeting. And I also want to make a point that I didn't come in to ask $10 million to go to a business associate. Unfortunately, Mr. Denny is not a business associate of mine. His projects are in Gosford, and I don't actually trade in Gosford, and so I've never actually done business with Mr. Denny. But he was actually offering council $10 million. It was actually in reverse. He was actually offering council $10 million and a chance to make a lot of money and actually retain the site and retain some land on the old Sydney Town site. So please, I'm happy to have the argument all day long. I did walk in there and I did put $10 million on the table, and it was actually to try and assist council, not to try and get council to put $10 million on the table for Tony Denny. In fact, I think we established last week that Tony Denny's got more money than council at the moment. He offered to pay the wages the other day. He rang up and saw you were short and offered this council $5 million over the phone to cover the wages bill last week. But that aside, that was the background behind old Sydney Town. So I put this to you, and exactly, I think Councillor Vincent summed it up well. If there is a business case there, and if you look at the numbers there, $50 million budget loss, this was written before we were called in to the crisis meeting. This notice of motion was written when we were sitting around and saying, how are we going to get out of COVID? What are we going to do? We are short of money. Let's think about doing something. And as a council, and Councillor Vincent is dead correct, and Councillor Best is dead correct, this council can do something to actually stimulate the economy. And, Councillor McGregor said, approvals don't create jobs, but I just don't understand that rationale. I don't understand how, without an approval, how you can have a job. So, once again, some great commentary from Councillor McGregor. But I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it to that sort of thing, but this is just a genuine attempt for the staff to have a look at what they want to do. I rang Director Cox and said, if I give you something, can you have a look at it and see what you can come back with? And that's all this motion is.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. I therefore will put the motion moved by Councillor McLaughlin, second by Councillor Best. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Burke, Councillor Smith, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Sundstrom. All those against? Councillor Mertens, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Hogan. Abstentions? Councillor Pillen, I didn't get your hand. Are you an abstention or a no? Yeah, sorry, I'm going to unmute you. I'll do it again for all intents purposes. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Burke, Councillor Smith, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Best, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Sundstrom. All those against? Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Mertens. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we have now to deal with Deputy Mayor's urgency motion. So, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Before we go into confidential. Thank you, councillors.
Madam Mayor, I will just move this motion, and this motion is it's important tonight because it does map out our commitment to transparency to the community around this financial crisis that council is experiencing. So the first part recognises that the elected councillors, as the governing body, do have responsibilities to engage on to ensure that council is managed and that we are transparent in the way that we are doing that. Part B really lays out a framework going forward. So in the event that the minister does make a decision that is unfavourable, this is about putting in place the steps, the foundation that ensures our community is well informed going forward, and not just our community, but stakeholders, businesses and councillors are well informed of how council is progressing in terms of addressing the financial crisis. So there are a number of things. Firstly, a prominent web page, and I know the director did advise that there is a web page, perhaps not as prominent as I would like because I didn't know about it, but I'm sure that will be rectified. That there is a report from the forensic audit that is public facing, and I know this may be where staff want to do some wordsmithing, but I know there's a bit of contention about the forensic audit. A big part of that does need to be retained as confidential information. However, at the same time, when we initially discussed the idea of a forensic audit with the CEO, it was very clear that there would be a public report that would be available to really highlight and explain to the community what has happened that has led us to these circumstances that we are now in. The other elements of this motion include that council going forward, whether it be with an administrator or with our elected councillors, ensures that there is a fortnightly meeting to track the progress of the actions and the financial status of council during the next 12 months. Now, you might already think that we have fortnightly meetings, and generally we do, but even over December and January, I think it is imperative that council maintains the information flow, maintains the reporting to our community as we progress through this crisis and through a recovery plan. So that is, in essence, the substance of this motion, Madam Mayor. The last point does outline that at each council meeting there does need to be an update in terms of how we're progressing, the financial position of council at that time, progress against the 100-day plan, progress of the forensic audit, not necessarily the outcomes, but just to give surety that it is progressing, an outline of any other relevant strategies that council is putting in place, and progress against any performance improvement order that is in place if the minister decides to see fit to do that. So I commend that motion, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a seconder in the name of Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll reserve my right to speak for now. But if I could ask the mover to consider an amendment, and where you're saying there in It was about the forensic audit and having the, it's not there at the moment. 3, an outcome of the forensic audit, a public report will be provided. There'll be one organisation that's doing that, but we've also asked for DMB to be engaged and to be able to provide access and form of view. And if the elected body is here, also advise the elected body. Could any report that DMB considers or provides under the same context that doesn't give away confidential or areas that you believe shouldn't be in the public domain? I think everything that we can get in the public domain here, the better. But would you be okay with a report from DMB also being provided if Madam Deputy Mayor?
Happy to include that, Councillor Vincent. Just want to try and make the amendment quite easy. Could I put as an outcome of the forensic audit or a report from DMB Consulting as requested, or?
I think it's not an or, it's an and.
And reporting from DMB.
And an independent report. We're already commissioning DMB to do that independent parallel inquiries, and we'd also like to see his report and see his report publicly. You need help with words, sorry. Is that it?
Yeah, look, I do. It's just making a little bit. How about I make it a separate part, Councillor Vincent? That might just be much easier. So if we could put after 3 and just say that as an outcome of the report from DMB, a public report is provided which reports on the findings whilst maintaining confidentiality as required.
As an outcome of the investigations or inquiries made by DMB. That a report?
Yep, as an outcome of the investigations of DMB Consulting, a public, the investigations of DMB Consulting. Delete forensic audit. A public report is to be provided which reports on the findings
of the investigations.
Yep. Whilst maintaining confidentiality as appropriate. And then I think the rest can get deleted. I think that is your intention in terms of an outcome, Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. That's good, and I'll reserve my right to speak, Madam Mayor. I'd like to hear what the councillor's thoughts are, and I may speak towards the end.
Thanks, Councillor Vincent. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I strongly support both the intent and the actual wording of this resolution. I know for one that I have nothing to hide. I don't believe that the councillors as the elected body have anything to hide. And I think from the reaction from the ELT and their professionalism through this, it would also be in their interest as well for as much of this to be out in public. The public really need to be able to get to the bottom of this and to be able to make informed decisions about this. Now, this is not the kind of thing that needs to be a knee-jerk reaction. So there needs to be the appropriate independent investigations which are being conducted, and we need to work with the Minister and the OLG to also have their assistance in doing so, so that we can actually get to the bottom of all this. Once we have got to the bottom of all of this, what is most important, firstly, is that it never happens again. And secondly, is that the correct and accurate information is presented to the community so they can understand what has happened with their council. I completely support this resolution. I support the proactive release of any of the relevant documents. I do not, for one instance, believe that there has been any corruption, misconduct, or any kind of thing of that nature from the elected body or from the ELT members who have also shown such shock and responded to this appropriately. Sorry, I am a little bit lost for words. It is one of those situations where you do get lost for words, particularly with the way that this has been dealt with since the 6th. However, we are doing the best we can. I have faith that we have good people who are doing the best they can to get to the bottom of this. But what we need to do is, as I said, number one, make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. Number two, make sure that all the public information in the public interest gets out there. And number three is not necessarily a matter for us, but more of a matter for people who are higher above us when it comes to considering if these kind of activities are unique to this council, or if they may well, in fact, occur in other places as well. Because we've heard that sentence quite a lot of times over the last few meetings about the tip of the iceberg. Well, maybe it's not just crazy old Central Coast who's in this situation, and that there are some factors at play and some things that may or may not have happened that might be happening elsewhere. So it might be worth casting an eye in that direction too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I've got a question from Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question is to Acting CEO, or possibly even Sullivan. That is, how binding would a resolution of this council be on an administrator coming in implementing what is part of this motion? What likelihood do we have of an administrator adhering to that resolution?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if an administrator were to come in, the administrator takes the place of the mayor and councillors. So this would simply be the same sort of transition that would happen, say, at an election or when a new council is amalgamated. So this would become a resolution of Central Coast Council, and any interim administrator would need to respect the resolution and follow normal processes as this council would.
Okay, Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Mrs. Sullivan. Appreciate that comment. I was a little bit concerned. The sentiments of the motion I support. That was the one issue that worried me, because honestly, and I hope I'm not correct because of the concerns I expressed earlier about losing that community connectivity and that ability for our community to have representation direct, which the councillors can say, and won't go through all the excuses again, but we've seen evident the behaviour within our councillors. That's not the reason that the mayor, that the minister is seeking to remove this council or to take action against this council, but it is a contributing factor, and it's been very evident through the night. I suppose why I am hesitant to think that this council will continue in the format it is and not go to a administrator, because it was only the day after the mayor got the letter that I received a phone call advising on who our administrator would be from a local entity. I won't mention names, but it seems to me like with that comment, and it's from good source, not political in fact, but from a good source on who that individual will be. So I've got to say, as disappointed as I am, I think it's a fait accompli. I'd like to see us through this, to hold the responsibilities and to ensure that we get the answers that we need. I'll support the motion. I'm a little bit more comforted in the fact that the administrator will be compelled to adhere to this, but I think the cards are on the table. I just hope that I'm proved wrong. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Greenway, you said you have a question.
Very quick question to the acting CEO. Just in relation to this situation that we're in, I have had a bit of feedback from some people who, when they hear about the debt and everything, they literally think council has no money at all. So I just thought, is there anything you can share with respect to money that council does have, but is just in what is known as restricted funds, so it can't be used for or it can only be used for certain purposes? and also maybe some commentary very briefly about what our assets are worth. So just to reassure people that even though things are not good, you know, we're not completely skint.
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Greenaway, you are correct. It's the situation that council finds itself in is not that we don't have any money in the bank. It really is about the money that we are holding being restricted and therefore only to be used for certain purposes. The second question you asked around the value of our assets, I believe it's in the vicinity of around $1 billion, but I'm not 100% sure. I might see if anybody else in ELT can assist with that. Yeah, okay. So information that I'm getting through is it's around the $9.6 billion worth of assets that council holds. So significant asset base there.
Thank you, Acting CEO. I've got no other lights on. So Councillor Vincent, did you want to speak?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I won't speak for the motion, but I do have a follow-on question from Councillor Greenaway's questioning. So we have, I think you said $9 billion worth of assets. And I think you said earlier in the meeting that at the moment we have cash flow at this point in time. The council is has liquidity. Is that correct? Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Acting CEO.
Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, what I said earlier was that the cash flow situation is quite fluid. There is money coming in and we've all but stopped money going out except for priority urgent supply payments. The position that we're in at the moment is we do have sufficient unrestricted cash available to lawfully pay our staff and those suppliers.
Thank you. So while this bombshell, while this broadside hit us, over 2 weeks ago, you have been, the executive leadership team have been responding quickly along with the elected body. You have established cash flow, put constraints on expenditure, but in the future you will have some serious liquidity issues, and you will need to be ongoing management for that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the actions that we need to take, as I said earlier, are serious, and we really need to look at the entire structure of the organisation and get it back to a position where the budget is balanced and that we are supporting ourselves. And the goal is to be in that position by January. It's going to be a difficult road to get to that point, and there's going to have to be some significant and drastic changes. But that's the work that we're committed to doing, and that's underway at the moment.
Last question, Madam Mayor, through you to Acting CEO, Mr. Jamie Loader. Bloody question's gone out of my head. Hang on. Oh, where was it? And while you're looking at the liquidity issues and the cash issues, concurrently, you will be trying to drill down into the back office of the finance area to get to that root cause, both with the consultants that you've appointed and with D&B Consulting, to try and find out how this situation error has come about, and why the council was so blindsided to this through all the audits, the 4 audits that we had from New South Wales Audit Office, 2 independent auditors, local government auditing, why this blindsided us so much from our finance and reporting area. You'll be looking for that root cause.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's absolutely the work that's going to be done by through the forensic audit, and also as a result of tonight's meeting, some of that work that Dennis will be doing from D&B Consulting as well.
Thank you, Mr. Loader and Madam Mayor. I don't have anything to contribute to the Deputy Mayor's motion. I move it be put.
Well, I'm now giving Deputy Mayor Smith
Oh,
her
yeah.
right of reply.
Okay, you get a bit.
Madam Mayor, I will. I do just need to ask a question through the acting CEO, probably of Miss Roberts, if she is still available on the line. I know there was some concern about the wording of Part 3, so I just wanted to understand what that concern was and whether there was a change that was needed or whether it could sit as is. I don't know if Miss Roberts is on the line.
Yes, I am here.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. So I understand, if you don't mind just clarifying what you saw as the potential issue with Part 3 in terms of confidentiality. I mean, my feeling is it does allow for confidential material to be retained as confidential. It's only talking about a public report on the findings in terms of the cause and what actions are being taken. So do you still have concerns about that wording?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Smith, as I advised today, my view is that if that resolution were passed, it would undermine the basis to claim legal privilege over any forensic report prepared by KPMG, and it would commit council to disclosing those findings. That's not to say that council wouldn't be in a position to decide whether to waive privilege down the track, but at this point in time, if you're committing council to that position, my suggestion would that it would be unwise to do so, and it would be better if you were committing council to providing information to the public about the actions that the council intends to take after the report has been provided.
Look, thank you, Ms. Roberts. My concerns is that the community wants to know not just the actions, they want to know the cause, the root cause. So would it be better if it said as an outcome of the forensic audit, a summary public report, or is there something that we can say to really clearly distinguish that the public report is not the audit itself, it is a summary of the key findings in terms of the root cause, the actions taken?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Smith, if councillors would like some further legal advice in relation to this question, I just want to table that it may be appropriate to go into a closed meeting so I can provide some further detail to that. Would councillors like that information in a closed session?
Look, I'm happy for us to do that, Ms. Roberts. Madam Mayor, can I just suggest that we adjourn into a confidential and we consider the other confidential matters that are on our agenda at the same time before we return back into open council? Would that be appropriate?
I'm happy to move that way. So yep, we're happy to do that. So Ms. Sullivan saying it'll take a moment. Yes, thank you. We appreciate that. So councillors, all those in favour of moving into confidential, will deal with the confidential business paper while we're there and seek some legal clarification. Then we'll come back to open session to deal with this urgency motion. All those in favour, please say, please raise your hand, sorry. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Mertens, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Burke, Councillor Smith, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Sundstrom. All those against? Councillor Vincent, Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Pillen. I therefore declare the motion carried. We will move into confidential. It will take a few moments. Please don't touch your screens. And we will be moved. Thank you to the community. We're going into confidential and we will be back. Thank you. So, Ms. Sullivan, will I let you talk about closed session first?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the acting CEO will be reading the resolution into the public record.
Great, thank you. Mr. Acting CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In relation to item 6.2, deferred item, Code of Conduct Investigation Report, INV 25/2019. Number one, that council defer this item to allow the subject councillor the opportunity to make a verbal submission to council in regard to this matter as required under the Code of Conduct. Number two, that council provide the councillor with another letter advising of the opportunity to make a verbal submission. In relation to item 6.3, deferred item, Code of Conduct Investigation Report, INV 6/2020. One, that noting the resignation of former councillor Mark Wett, council notes that this matter no longer requires a determination of council. Number two, that this matter now be referred to the Office of the Internal Ombudsman for any appropriate action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillors, I'll now take us back, way back, prior to 1 o'clock, for Councillor Smith's urgency motion, which stood in the name of Councillor Smith and Councillor Vincent. Councillors, we're now in debate. Did anybody have anything? There are no lights on. Councillors? Councillor Vincent?
Thanks, Mayor Matthews. I'm just checking where the bit about D&B Consulting was there. Is it still in there?
I think if you scroll down.
Number 4. Okay, no, thank you. Yep. Will I speak here or something, or give an update?
If you're speaking for it or against, please.
I'll quickly speak for it. There's been some changes there on point 3, I think it was. Correct me, Madam Deputy Mayor, but I'm not fully convinced that those changes were necessary, but I'm happy to support them to have the bulk of this motion obtain a majority vote so that it's passed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vincent. Anybody else want to speak against it? So I've had 1 for, or 2 for, now against. No, forever hold your peace. Councillor Smith.
No, I don't need to close, Madam Mayor. Happy for it to go to the vote.
Great, thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor Smith, and I think it's Councillor Vincent. It is. All those in favour, please raise your hand. It's Councillor Smith, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Pillen. I do believe, oh, hands are up. Oh, no, it's Councillor Mertens, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Greenway, and Councillor Holstein. All those against, Councillor Burke. Therefore, I declare the motion carried. Councillors, thank you. I now, at 1:20 a.m, declare the meeting closed. Thank you. Goodbye. Sleep well.
Thanks, Madam Mayor and staff. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Morning.
Morning. Who's got the Weet-Bix?